Okay, I've decided to do an impromptu update on my experiences and testimony. And I wanted to not have any preparation except what I've experienced and been pondering all day. And I thought, well, this may help me stay sharp and focused and careful what I say. I've been thinking today that a few things I said on my last video I've been thinking about, prompted to think about, I think. And I thought, right, I'm going to consider these things and do this video. So yeah, I've got quite a lot to share and what I was thinking about, but really I'm going to start with a prayer because I haven't prayed, and I pray for the assistance and the blessing and then get on with it. Dear gracious Father, I thank you for this opportunity to share my light and my experience, and I pray, Father, it be to your pleasing, to the glory of your glory and the Lord Jesus Christ. I pray for blessings upon my brothers and sisters. I pray, Father, I can reach people in this hour, and as you would use me in any means necessary to touch somebody and make a difference, snatch them, save them momentarily from danger. I pray you'll bless each of us, you'll protect our families who don't know the Lord, and we pray that they will be safe and not utilised to harm us or one another by divisive measures and skullduggery. We pray for blessing upon our services that look after us. We pray for help for our acting government and protection, wisdom, and for them to be humble and to admit their mistakes and lead by example from their errors. We pray for grace towards them and patience. I pray, Father, you will be merciful to this wicked world. You'll be merciful to each of us and give us time to get our lives in order and sort things out and hopefully get through this crisis. I pray for all the families involved that are worried about the loved ones in care and those in care. We pray you will help all that can be done with love will be achieved, and there'll be understanding and patience. Father, I thank you for every experience. I thank you to know thee because of your beloved Son, and he paying for my sins, shedding his blood, his lovely, precious, holy blood, and washing me clean, giving me his light and holiness. I pray I may share that, and you use me to your glory and to win souls and help the weak and grow in confidence. And I pray for assistance all over the globe in this hour, and I pray for your mercy and your will to be done, and your judgments and your way to roll forward. And I thank you, Father, and ask you in Jesus' name. Amen. Well, something struck me today on my mind. I think I haven't read the scriptures. I'm going to do that this evening, perhaps before I go to bed. If I go to bed. Ephesians 1. Refrain from laughter. And if I refer to Christian opinion on this the exegesis of this scripture, you'll probably get two sides. It's alright to laugh, and the other one is absolute reverence, constantly, without laughter. And some people say, oh, God's got a sense of humour. Well, I know God's got a sense of humour. He's got the greatest sense of humour. It's appropriate that the epistle is an instruction in righteousness and correction. And it says, refrain from laughter. Now, here's the confusing thing. So I may have, considering if am I in error, and also it's always on the back of my mind that I've noticed it's very easy to, in the moment, you can take root just momentarily, and your old man can kick in and you play the camera, or you like the sound of your own voice, and like, oh, look at me kind of thing for a moment, and you have, oh, brings you, I better watch that kind of thing. And I like to get like a comedian, I can steal the room kind of thing, and I can be quite saucy and quick, and but the thing is, that's when I wasn't saved, and that can be a spirit, and that could develop in you, and you can get quite quippy and whippy, and it's your tongue can set things on fire. So it's wise to know the difference between appropriate laughter and inappropriate laughter. And I was always leaning onto the Lord knows best side. It's to refrain from laughter completely. Perhaps as you're being an ambassador to the world, because I'm guilty of being a bad example for the whole body many times, possibly all the time, really. But the Lord's merciful with me. He's gracious and He corrects me. It's not like I don't realise. It takes me sometimes, like I'm a bit thick-skinned, I'm a bit stubborn. But the Lord's patiently teaching me through lessons, correction lessons sometimes. Sometimes I can go a bit wild, or I have gone a bit wild, and then the Lord keeps me in check. So I looked up the word refrain. Now, refrain is to refrain yourself all the time from something. You refrain from going down the shops, or you refrain yourself from partaking in any behaviour that may be addictive or lustful and can lead you astray, like alcohol, or going into clubs and pubs and getting into a habit of enjoying it too much, and living a luxurious leisure, all for yourself. I'm not, I don't think it's wrong to stop somewhere for a meal and enjoy something, enjoy the company and something you do in your own home. But I think all the things of the flesh are not good. They're of the world. They are earthly, and if you put your foot in them, you become you naturally become earthy, and you become it affects your walk in the spirit. So you're touching upon your natural self, and everyone can relate to that. And the other refrain means to, in a musical sense, I think it's intermittent, so hold back, laugh, hold back, laugh. So I'm weighing that up. So because I also said in a video where because what I what brought the thought to my attention, because in the video I tried to put a bit of sense of humour in my video for my dad, like tongue-in-cheek kind of humour, but really I didn't really know what my dad's sense of humour was. You know, it's hard to gauge my dad's sense of humour. He has got one. So I thought it was more like my sense of humour, and it might not appeal to my dad, you see. My dad hates vulgarity, anything like that, and my mum was very vulgar, crude. My dad used to cringe, and he used to rebuke her. You know, he wasn't pious, but he'd take so much of it, and he'd just go, right, that's enough. You know, and if it's public place, well, my mum was well behaved in public, but things can get a bit ugly sometimes, I think. So, you know, I never liked bad language, but when you're surrounding it, you naturally pick it up. One of the things I've been thinking about is what I've been, you have an experience and you write it down and you learn a bit more, and then it opens up a bit more understanding or things to consider, to see if if there's still a true pattern of consistency. And then you evaluate, well, is there any slight error there? Is there a lot of error there? Or is it continue on in the just way I've experienced it, and re-measured it and checked it and rechecked it, then gone to look for lawful witnesses like documents and activities, even personal witness that agree, that don't cooperate with one another. They're separate, they're different times, and there's loads of different ways to get circumstantial evidence to support what you believe the truth is. It's very much, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're quite on the mark, because you're living in the dark. So just want to emphasise that I stand by everything I say. I'm not going to deny what I've experienced, because I'm not a liar. And I know that the sort of people I'm dealing with will trip you up and try and destroy your character. So I'm very mindful of that, and I'm very afraid for dragging people into this, but the trouble is, it's not my fault, and I can't say nothing, so I'm not putting people in danger. I'm just aware of the danger everybody's in, and I know that these people will hurt your family and try and manipulate them and stir things to create an opinion, and they may be working on them in private through friends and associations, and sort of like trying to reinforce what they're planning, like a net or a pitfall, and handling circumstances, handling vulnerable people in the family. I'm not saying it's true, but I've always had this concern for one of my youngest cousins, and he's very intelligent, he's very observant, he's got many talents, but we all in my mum's family and myself, I think I don't know if this is, I can say this absolute for everybody, but for myself and a few that I've noticed in others, is that we've all experienced the injustice and the viciousness of things almost like played upon you in secret, or consequences of generational problems that have an effect on future generations. So there's a lot in the mix, and a lot of my myself included, have almost like an inferiority complex, because we've kind of been put down. So it undermines our confidence to grow, and a lot of us were robbed of the ability and skills. Now, in all families, some parents are good in areas where another family member might be lacked, and then you can learn things from other people in your family that they're strong in and you're weak in, and it gives you an understanding of where your parents were perhaps in an area they may not even considered, where you've got a relative where their parents did consider that area, and vice versa. But the inferiority complex always can trip people up, because you think you don't want to feel, you don't like people think of you that you don't know anything and you're an idiot, so you try and pretend that you do know what somebody's trying to teach you or share with you for them to learn. And so they get a bit defensive and attack what you're trying to say. And what you're trying to say is help them realise that to strip it all out of the way and get to that point where they can overcome something, where they can develop and not rely on an external source to fill that need, because those external sources could be controlling you. It's not beyond dirty people to set up false companies, because I've worked in a few, because I knew from the inside what was going on, because somebody showed me, and they're breaking the company. It's a fraud, and they sort of like infiltrate it and get the positions, and then they do it over. They muck it up, while all the people that are doing all the hard work are, working their socks off, following all the rules, having to clock in and everything, and everyone else has got a different entrance, and you're not doing anything all day, just indulging in whatever you want to do. And when anyone real comes round, you're on your toes, kind of thing. So it's not beyond possibility to set up fake environments, and have the whole environment like fictional show, the Truman Show, that kind of thing, but not on the whole world scale, but just on a micro scale. And then that person can be manipulated and conditioned, and things can run out, and people could be fearful. You think like the mafia, if you discovered something that you witnessed, and they didn't threaten you directly, but they went to one of your close family members and said, "We're going to burn you all alive." And of course they wouldn't do that, because it wouldn't affect you. What they need to do is get you out of your secure place and get them to hand you over to them, betray them, compromise yourself, then betray them, and then the whole lot can be cleared up, kind of thing, that sort of thing. I think that I'm always thinking of dangers and concerns, but I always forget to think about the Lord, that if I just trust Him to protect people, but you just never know. But it's still always a concern of mine that people play dirty, and I'm always aware of it, because the sort of people that I've encountered go after you, and that's the sort of games they like to play, like nets and stings, and it's almost like spooks, like what a professional, and that's got a strong core through that activity. I'm not saying that is the true service, the true spooks, but it's the same training and the same network. So whether it's a shadow network operating, and these people, and the real intelligence haven't caught up with it, or they know that it's there, or they don't know it's there. And I don't get any knowledge or light from TV and Hollywood and drama, but I can see elements of truth in these things, but then they're not the impression, just in case someone, you've been watching too many films. No, I study literature and evidence, things that are true and legal and are public knowledge and on public record that you can go and check. And you can certify yourself whether it's true or not. I'm not here to lie and deceive people, but I may be in error and cause somebody else to trip up. So the onus is on me to be clear that it's down to everybody to evaluate what's right and what's wrong, and where no matter what man or person saying it, because I'm human and I make mistakes, and I know what a clown I can be and know what a fool. So I've been thinking about just all the impressions I've had recently and realised, and I think I'm confident I've discovered the gig, and it's quite simple. The COVID element is complex because there's so many possibilities and scenarios that could be quite potentially happening, but also that it could be until it's confirmed one way or the other, if there's what this virus is, it's complete genetic makeup, and that is mapped and understood, and you've got two people lawfully saying and showing with evidence that it would be, let's say it would get through a public scrutiny and legal scrutiny, and it would, a whole bench of judges and barristers looking at the evidence to establish if they all agree that it's correct, and then they stamp it is this, that kind of authentication, and then the public can look at that evidence, go and say and measure what they are presenting to see if they can come up with the same reasoning and agreement, and then they will know for themselves. And this is what my previous video was really about, the ability to evaluate and justly measure what's right and what's wrong in yourself and in others and in the world. And even with the light, you can be, and the gospel and the word, you can be in error. So I had a phone call from a physiotherapist today, just asking about what foods my dad likes, because they are hand feeding them, but they don't know what he likes, and he's spitting out most things. So I had to go through a list, and so I met I think her name was Karen, Irish girl, very nice, very kind, very sincere, very assertive, I would say, very but on task. So it's nice to have some contact, and I forgot to say I'll send my dad my love and ask how he was, and my heart always jumps out of my mouth when the phone goes. Doesn't matter when it is ever, it just triggers. It's a trigger for me, the phone. I can't, I've got to fight to answer it. Well, some of the things I've been thinking. Right, this COVID, I tell you, this is a hypothesis, and this is based on my own personal experience throughout the first lockdown, and being almost forced to go out because I couldn't get any online feed. I could see that there was some manipulations going on from the supermarkets, and how they casually turned a blind eye, like all these people jump in line and they're leaving it for the public to deal with, and supermarkets are stepping back. They're allowing all this stuff to be sold in en masse through their shops. It's only when there's an outcry that they stop it. So they open the door and go, oh, rape me, rape me, rape me, woo. And they like, you know, if they're, I've not witnessed people with excess trolleys, but I only go out once, little as possible, once every 2 weeks. But I've been forced to go out once a week because you don't want to buy too much. I was limited to what I could carry. And there was a sparsity of food because the time everyone's done their, all the elderly people, and don't resent elderly people or vulnerable people, they shouldn't have even been out in the first place. You know, having old people queue, and then you get this other face, the government, saying, oh, we really protect the vulnerable, protect the NHS. You know, what about the people in the NHS? No, it's protect their golden goose. Their little, find out all your business and manipulate it. You know, it appears that the NHS is more important to them than the people's lives and the nurses' lives. You know, do they really, you know, were they just doing what they thought they needed to be seen doing? You know, you judge, you test the fruit. I've tasted the fruits, and my impression of what's been going on has been a blanket. It's been deliberate, and whether that's just been divisive to gauge a reaction, to see how far they can kick this COVID can up the road, because my concerns is potentially they can keep stringing this out and out and out. One lockdown, 4 weeks, right? 4 weeks, right? How can anyone possibly know in 4 weeks whether that is just such insanity? 4 weeks, and you know, and is that insanity on purpose for us to riot? You know, you say, I'm calling for calm and wisdom and to step back and listen, because I want to share this, because it may save lives and it may save panic. It may save terror and, you know, outbreaks of uncontrollable fires, and then that could be the start of something bigger. You know, a bigger game is being played upon people. So I want to say, with all seriousness, you know, don't just take my word for this, because I'm likely to face accusations of delusion and spreading fear and panic and paranoia and fake news and all the whistles and bells and clackers that they try and wave around in the media to get the crowd going, you know, cueing the response of the public. Quick, complain now. So, and I want to be careful about shaking my head around. I jumped up and down and shook my head and forgot how it re-tears my injuries, and I get real bad headaches, and like I've been hit over the head with a bat, and I get this gripping tightness and soreness all over my shoulders, and I've had this chronic pain in my shoulder since my car accident, and I forget it's there. It's always there. It's always painful, but I couldn't get over. You know, after the first 2 years, I couldn't get over how I got used to the pain level. It's very strange. It's sort of like you go numb, so you don't feel the pain in that area any longer. But it's still there. You can still feel there's something wrong and you're in pain. just to remind you, you've got that should have been addressed a long time ago, and it still hasn't been fixed. And then I got all that on my back, which has concerned me, because I'm very terrified if I'm jogged. My spinal cord could be like near being damaged, and I could lose my ability to walk or be paralysed. And then I'm doubly vulnerable. You think if you're a person who's blind or in a wheelchair and you've got no relatives, you're an orphan, and you get caught up in a whole system of badly behaved people, and they're not behaving and being cruel, like we've seen in those hidden documentaries what goes on in care homes. A whole team were really guilty of that sort of mentality, and any place is not very far from that kind of that ugliness coming out in a pack. And that's usually down to pressures or regulations where you're bound to be, keeping your socks up. It lose sight of the realness and the reality of what life's like, and you try and put it in a bottle. You try and look after and care people in a regimented bottle. I understand you've got to have guidelines and rules for both. You've got to protect the vulnerable, and you've got to protect yourselves from all sorts of things. Not to cover up your mistakes, but to protect you from being exploited or lied about or injured. You've got to be protected from people among you, because people can turn on people in social groups, so it happens in workplaces. So I'll get back to this COVID, what it is, what it's been going on, and what I've tasted this so many times. But I just want to finish the point about the elderly as well. Now, when I viewed when it first lockdown, I went to the government website, excuse me, looked at the criteria for qualifications, so I didn't have to go out, I didn't have to expose myself to this virus and bring it home, because I was the only one caring for my dad. I knew the government wouldn't care. They didn't even check up. No one's checked up on my dad, not even the doctors, only to remind him of his flu shot, and that was like a few weeks ago. And that upset me, because it was all from the surgery that abused my mother. The people there currently, some of them weren't even around, so they could be wonderful doctors for all I know. And even my doctor was a very talented doctor. She's very intuitive, she knew what she was doing. Her problem was she's surrounded by these bullies at Frimley Park. She was under pressure because she's got to make it work and run it. I really did feel for the woman, but when I became pushed against by the desperation and the grief I was getting from the government and the civil service, and the machinations to put pressure on you in an indirect way, it's torturous. And they're like threaten you with the one thing you're dependent on, and that's financial security, because you can't do anything, you can't, and if you haven't got a bank account or anywhere to live, you can't get on in the world. And if you haven't got a bank account, to get a bank account you need an employer or a character witness. So if you're on destitute, you've got no one in your life, you're going to have to take your chance with a policeman or something, or try and get a character reference. So I was looking at the criteria, because I didn't want to go out. It's like you're forced to go out, and my fear is that they're spreading it deliberately. or they're like making out it's, or just to create more fear or panic or something. But I checked that, and the criteria was it, you know, if you've got pneumonia, bronchitis, you're elderly, certain age, you got any of these diseases, you know, you're in danger. My dad's in danger of pneumonia. You know, my dad's old, he's 90. But then the top criteria was, the bottom criteria was you have to have a chronic, it wasn't a criteria on its own, and if you had a chronic, you're going to die, you know, you're being diagnosed that you've got so many weeks to live. You know, it's not and if that, it's all the others and that inclusive. And I thought, have I read that wrong? And I had to carefully go through it again. Now I can't say what you saw on your website, but that shut me and my dad out. So I had to go out to get food. I couldn't get online. Now I did get online once, and I got through, and I started filling my, you know, shopping cart up. And the page, I was picked off the page, and when I was on there, there's booking slots, and I was picked off the page, and then it refreshed, and then it said, sorry, we haven't got those items, and we're overbooked now, come back later, and for priority shopping. Now I only had one online account, because it's a scam, because you got to give all your details before you can even know if there's a booking slot and start shopping. So you're drawn into that, and then you get the same problem. I tried that Amazon Fresh, and they deliver local groceries, and I filled it all out, because I've got an Amazon account, and I filled it all out, and I said, oh, you know, priority only kind of thing, or something, but I couldn't, no good. No delivery slots. So I couldn't get any fresh produce. So my only option was to go up the local shop. You know, you can't live off food really. Well, you can, at bare minimum. And thankfully, you know, thank God and thank these people for remaining open. At first it was a bit ridiculous because of the food shortages and the panic buying, but that was all orchestrated. Like I say, the supermarkets held back and allowed it, and it's like this is the point I'm getting to. They allowed the activity and they stepped back, and what this is called conditioning, you know, like programming, getting you used to something, getting you habitually born into the new skin of what is being, whether that's by the omission of poor management and not doing what they should have been doing, whether that's by deliberate design. So that's something that needs to be considered and examined and measured in your reasoning and working out, you know, the truth of what's going on. Because I can see it quite sharply, but articulating it's another matter. But the conditioning is to get people used to phoning the police and reporting. That's why they're holding back. That's why the police are asking you to report it and they're leaving it alone, even though it's spreading a fatal virus around, because it's going on daily. Everybody's reporting a bit. People going around the supermarket the wrong way on purpose. Well, why aren't the supermarket correcting that behaviour? They correct it in the door. No, these people are staged employees, actors, and they're playing a part. and they're allowed to do that, and the police stand back because they want the public to report it and get fed up, and it's an adjutant, and also it's leaving the responsibility. It's like, you need to be responsible for this, and it's allowed to happen. But you got to consider, well, there's security cameras. The supermarkets could give a copy of all the activity, and they could put detectives and covert authorities in the supermarket to deal with these people, not arrest them and cause panic, but just to, you know, have a word with them and say, look, do you realise you're upsetting people and you're putting stress on people's lives? You know, whether you think it's nonsense or not, you know, what they want to do is take these people round to the morgue with a camera. Or just, no, that'd be a bit insensitive, but let them see the end result. Let them see somebody dying. Let them see what it's like to work on an intensive care unit, and you ain't got enough hands to save everyone that's dropping down dead. You know, imagine that. Imagine going home after that. What a fail! How gutted you'd be, kicked in the guts. Imagine being kicked in the guts 10 times in a row. Every day for every week and every hour. You know, we don't know what these people have seen and are experiencing, and for people to say it's a load of nonsense just to flee. They should be arrested and used as guinea pigs. So these people go around, and it's to encourage you to phone the police and phone the authorities, and then you've done your duty. You see, now you're conditioned to accept what's going on. That's what it is. It's the stamping of you to accept and be the model citizen they want you to be. So it's robbing you of rhyme and reason, and you're not looking at the detail, and you're not seeing the very subtleties of these machinations, because you're blind, because you don't think that they would ever happen to you. These people are covertly going out on a routine. There's groups of them, it's organised, and there's certain people they keep an eye on, and it'd be correlated. You know, the mouse is out the trap. He's coming up the shops, get ready, and they'll all pop out of where they're stationed. They could be in a port cabin. They could be sitting in a house that they all share. They all may be inoculated from this disease. It might not bother them, and they might be highly contagious. And they've been encouraged to go around the shop, cause friction, division, to instigate and be a component in this operation to condition people to accept what's going on without complaint, and to do your bit for the devil, you know, the commander-in-chief temporarily on the earth, and all those fingers that are associated to these sort of activities. And you know, so that's what's been happening. That's why it's so ridiculous. You know, why is the police not dealing with it then? And perhaps when the public complain too much, they take it to another phase, and then they get tougher out on the streets on everybody. Not these people, but everyone else will get punished. You know, so they use one dirty trick to start another dirty trick, and it'd be on the public, and they go, all those people that put us through this, so you'll be locked down further. You see, this is dirty games. I want to rumble it, I want to reprove it with the truth. And these people are lost. These evil people that do this are lost. So maybe I can reach one of them, their common sense and wickedness and depravity, and their drunkenness and brazenness in these sort of, like, oh, we can get away with this trick because there's no law. We can do it. We got support to do this. We got help. We got means. We got power. We got connections. And we can't be caught. We can't be proven, but we can be pushed back into the night. So we're not found anywhere until this blows over, and we'll have to pick it up where we left off or try another approach. So that's what I'm hoping the Lord will do, and maybe some people among that will think twice and want to get out of what they're doing. And perhaps they feel the insecurity of their own lives and safety and their own people that they care about, and they've seen what can be done to people, and they'd think, well, I wouldn't like to go through that, what we put those people through, and everyone's laughing and hard on it, and hardened and drunk and exalted in their vain glory and their trickery. So that's one of the machinations, and the other thing is the social engineering from the mainstream media leading the. Are the mainstream media acting for themselves or the government? To me, it's like two separate things that are one hand, because when we get an authoritative statement, it's through the news. And that's mixed in with all the other stuff, and it all supports the same thing. I'm not saying that it's wrong to support the right thing, and what they're doing is got some elements of, good true principles, but in the whole framework and the framing of it, it's biased, it's controlling, and it will shut out any freedom to question and reason. It's a one-way, one answer. You take our word for it, or there's nothing else, and you're not going to get your opinion heard. We're going to block down your channel. We're going to keep an eye on the spreading of your testimony, and we're going to put a cup over you, and you're going to be. And when we can, we're going to be picking you off and deal with you when we can figure out how to do it. Because they've already had a few swipes at me, and I wouldn't want to know what else has been going on around me and what they're plotting, and this is where I'm concerned with my family. You may think I'm paranoid, but what is paranoia? Imagine if you're a single woman or a lonely woman, and you found yourself caught out somewhere, and you've got to get home safely. It's getting dark. You can hear footsteps. You can't see anything. And you dismiss it, and then you definitely hear more human activity, like movement of something man-made. Like perhaps you go through a gate or one of those kiss gates or something. You pass through it and clunk. And you get to the end of the alley and you turn around the corner. You're getting up the road, it's really quiet and cold at night, and you can hear the clunk. And then you think, you call 999, and you speak to somebody, and they say, oh, what's going on? Well, I think I heard footsteps, and I've been, I think I'm being followed. And I went down this alley and went through this clunky old gate, got to the end of the alley, turned the corner, and then I heard it again. The policeman goes, are you sure that weren't a wind? You sure you're not paranoid? Oh, I'm not sure, I'll call you back. So just because you don't know that you're being followed, or you suspect you're being followed, or you suspect someone means you harm, doesn't mean you're paranoid. It means you're being considerate about the realistic dangers. It means you're not an idiot. The paranoia is a blanket ban to cover up crime. these people are masters at deception. The devil's the master of deception in disguise, and covert infiltrations, and winning over, conning people, scamming people, picking pockets in a big group of people, like a pact of vampires, work in a casino, or it's all the same mentality. It all comes from, all the goodies come from the Bible, which they utilise and deny, throw God out, and then they practice all the things that will help you to keep people away from knowing, and then they learn all this craft through the intelligence laid out in certain elements of the scripture. It can open up your understanding to ceremonial enhancements, and developing in it's like the where the Lord said there's no other way up to heaven, right? You've got to go through the door. So if you get up there any other way, which is impossible, but in life people try and cheat the Lord and think they can get into the heaven, where God is. But every Christian has visited every corner of this universe, and they've done that by just the knowledge of the Holy Spirit and the Lord God and Creator. And that teaches every believer that the space and the universe is outside of eternity, because it's time. So every Christian's been around and back at the heavens, so they don't need to understand it. It's interesting, it's good to know and learn, but it's not important. It's not the most important thing. Because we know that, and we've got the Word of God, we know what we're dealing with. We know what the earth is. We know it's round. It's globe. It's got four corners, two poles, four corners. So these religions and secret societies are trying to get to the heavens and Godship and light, understanding what they believe is truth through secrets and sharing those secrets among themselves to keep people in ignorance. That's darkness. That's false light. That's Lucifer's playground. And he's a deceiver, to destroy souls and drag them to hell, and to use them to get his plan in operation on the earth. But what he's going to do is he's going to end up destroying them, taking them to hell, because that's his fate. That's what God has decreed. But no one knows the mind of Lucifer. You get a taste of it, but you don't know what he believes, or what he believes he can do, that he can win. I don't understand, but there's no other way to light and the truth. There's no way to get to God and open the heavens and learn the wisdom and the depths of God's wisdom is except through his Son, and that's to accept him. So these people are vain in their ambition and glory, and they seek to craft and deceive people into a compromise, and they utilise good law-abiding people within these societies, but they also pick out people who are a bit who won't say nothing, they're a bit of a crook, a bit thick of thieves, you know, those sort of people. Once they're in, they're as bad as one another, and they can be used to do the dirty stuff. And then you've got the people who that can be utilised in a false face of goodness. And what these things, all they do is get you to compromise yourself and your lawful rights, because you're swearing an oath above the law. And I consider today Queen Elizabeth. Now, we've all seen her in her goose feathers and her velvet costume. We all know she's a patron of Freemasonry. We know one of the royal members is a I'm not sure of his title, the chairman of the, or an honorary member of the Freemasons, or the president of the Freemasons. I'm not really sure. Now it might be completely innocent for these people. They might be the good part of it. You know, they've really got people's charities and good of the country. You know, trying to inject a bit of good into society. And you know, and I don't doubt that with many Freemasons. They are kind-hearted people, but they've compromised themselves. And to me, it compromises the Queen as well. But I don't understand all every component in it, what's really going on. And I consider, has our Queen been forced to do it? You know, when she was born into office, you know, I could be talking complete rubbish out my hat here. But when she was born into office, or somewhere in her family, she would have been handled by the establishment already around her, or that grip that a foreign power had on her, or the seat of our crown, of our established system of governance that's been instituted by God. With all its consequence and ups and downs, and its development, and how that developed into law, you know, common law, and the mechanisms that, you know, not they can't both hold power at the same time, kind of thing, or act in power for the country, because of democracy. When Parliament's over, the Queen holds the authority. It's her Parliament, but she has to hand it back. And if you watch the programme when she goes into Parliament, and there's a door or a certain walkway she has to take, and they're all mocking her and jeering her. You know, you watch it, it's like shameful. You know, whether you disagree with the actual seat, you know, I think if you disagree with the seat, you're cutting your nose off, you're lawless, you're showing your colours. You know, if you don't, whether the Queen's bad, it doesn't matter, she's sitting in a good seat. So to be irreverent like that, you're showing what you are, and what you would do in that seat. So you're probably a Catholic, and you shouldn't be in there because it's illegal. So how do we know that she's not forced to do this? That someone when she's a child says, right, if you, to be Queen, to keep appearances up, you know, keeping up appearances, hyacinth bouquet, that kind of thing, you've got to keep a fake face up, you've got to go at it, and, you know, put on a good show, that kind of thing, you know, stiff upper lip, you know, don't complain about it. So Queen Elizabeth could have quite a burden on top of what burden it would be like to hold that sort of responsibility, to be given that kind of trust, that you can't waver, you can't have a day off, really. And even if you have a day off, you can't take it off your mind. You might have a few moments here and there. you might have to make a few moments like that here and there, I'd imagine. But how do you know she's not, like, if you, right, we're going to kill all your family unless you do this, you play that role, you do this to Parliament, you do this at your coronation, you fluff it up a bit, we'll do the rest, alright, Your Majesty. And she agrees, because she hasn't got a choice, because if she doesn't, they'll torture her family to death, or people she loves, and or you know, something that she would die for. But I don't know, I'm just thinking that maybe she's not just her family, but the whole world, you know, the whole country. She might have been born in prison, she might have been born in captivity, and she had to obey, being a believer perhaps, or living by faith in her Christian walk, or her beliefs. She may have thought, I've got to be a dutiful husband, a wife to and I've got this responsibility, and I've got a duty to God to render unto Caesar, you see. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So she's got to go, oh, I can't, I have to accept this captivity and punishment, but I'm not allowed to say anything, or I don't know, I'm just speculating and pontificating, trying to figure out what the hold is, other than she's a partisan to this behaviour. She's one of them, she's a bad one, she's unjust. And I see more of the, you know, kindness rather than, but that can be all staged, you see, it's hard to gauge. But anyway, that was one of my things I was considering. And the virus now, the lockdown now, 4 weeks, you can't, that is ridiculous. It's going to be over in 4 weeks, you know, like this virus is just going to, it's not going to be a threat anymore in 4 weeks. So when you get to the 4 weeks, it's going to be the next phase, you see. So it's a conditioning loop. Oh, you know, put them through this stonewash, pick people off, right, under the noses of these lockdowns in hospital. Oh, you can't come in and see your family, quit, they're not looking, and you know. But like I say, I don't want to evoke fear and biased reasoning. These are serious considerations, because that I only mention it, I don't want to be talking about these horrible things. I'd like to be going, oh, what a lovely world it is we live in. You know, how glorious, how blessed we are to like have a society, there's no problems, there's no crime, all's well in Zion. You know, peace everybody, peace brothers and sisters. Well, first the world aren't really my brothers and sisters. And but they are my brothers and sisters in the sinful sense. Because I was once of that nature, still of that nature, but I'm separated away from that nature. I'm not predominantly that nature, but I have that nature in me, which was predominant when I didn't have Christ in me. But they are my fellow neighbour, they're my fellow race, they're my fellow species, they're my fellow kind. And people are all the same. We're all fellow kind to one another. That's what Jesus meant. Love thy neighbour as yourself. Love anybody. Who's your neighbour? Well, anybody, everybody. He said the whole world's yours. Of course, it's the whole world is for everyone. But it's, you know, the whole world, that's mine. But my Lord said so. But of course it's been sold and broken up. Even in, you know, not just Jerusalem, but all the world, sold and broken up. given favour given to people justly and unjustly, lawfully and unlawfully. But I'm not complaining about I can't go everywhere in the world, you know. I understand the way it is. But I was considering how long what is this virus, right? The potential to make it last and for it to come back stronger each time. And we're not going to know that until we're passed through the second phase of this. I'm not sure, I haven't checked up recently, but is it still on the climb? Is the introduction of this second lockdown just to be a bit compassionate so people can have some sort of Christmas, and then after the 4 weeks they're going to re-evaluate, well, is this still climbing, or have we managed to stem it a little bit? Has what we've done had not a complete effect, but it's had some effect, so we can at least know what direction it's going in and whether these measures are actually working. We don't know what the government's doing, we're not liaised with them really, and it has to go through the wash of the media, and then everybody's chewing on it all week, and it saturates everything. It doesn't really help. So I'm just considering this virus potentially could be a weapon. Potentially there could be many strains of it. Potentially people could be already immune before it's launched. Potentially it can harm certain groups of people and not others. Potentially it can make anybody really sick. And certainly it will kill those who are vulnerable to it because they haven't got the immune systems, or they're poorly, or they've got something like AIDS or an immunity problem. They might not have any immunity. They might need to rely on life support or something. So there could be so many different mechanisms in it. There could be more than one virus, and it may not be able to be stopped. So when and then inoculations may come because they think, oh, we've got to try this. We haven't got time to test or anything. We've done some tests which our experts assure us are safe, and you won't get to hear who these experts are, and they won't name them and show us their research and evidence that can be examined lawfully to see who these experts are. You have to trust the government in their right to choose what, because they're on the inside. They've got a right, you know, to choose who they have look at things, and they could be very vulnerable in that area to be exploited, and someone pull the wool over their eyes and kick them into the television screen and so they look like a bit of an idiot. Or they could be, you know, doing things deliberately to make them look like they're careless, but they really do know what they're doing. You know, I don't know, I haven't got the answers. I'm just considering, evaluating the possibilities, which may or may not be helpful, but it's worth considering. But this virus potentially could be, you know, we will find out if, you know, Lord willing, if we're still alive. I'm just thinking of people, you know, the time they get round to doing anything, how many people are dying, or how many people don't we know about that haven't died of COVID. They've either killed themselves in isolation, or they've, you know, and that's been discovered and they've kept the lid on it. You know, we don't see everything. And people on the ground only see the parts where they're involved in, so nobody gets a full picture except the people who it all correlates back to. That's the governing of it. So that's why it's important to pray for these people, in case we're in a circumstance we're under serious threat and they're like desperately trying to save bloodshed and outbreaks of riots keep coming. And they've got people amongst them that are trying to tie their shoelaces together. We don't know. So I was trying to be a bit more considerate and reason to help people consider, perhaps, and saying something impulsively or acting on impulse, because that could be a mechanism to spark off people's reactions. There's so many dirty little devices that are used to, like the playground. Someone comes up and talks to you, or someone's standing behind your back, crouching down, they shove you over it, just to make you look like a mug, kind of thing. And you know what public school boys behave like, so you can only wonder what sort of attitudes they could slip into, or may not have grown out of, or they've nurtured that sort of behaviour, and just got used to it. I don't know, I can't speak for these people. But I did work for this lovely lady and her husband, and I was sort of like just helping them manage their lives. This lady didn't want her husband not to be, because he's having round-the-clock care, night nurses, and she just wanted somebody to take him round his old haunts, because he couldn't drive anymore. He loved his driving, had his driving gloves and his cap on and everything, and they had their favourite car. They used to like to go out on journeys, so I used to try and assist, just chaperone them to where they wanted to go, and they'd take me to these posh restaurants, all scruffy. You'd have butler service, and I was like thinking, are they going to let me in? Oh no, you'll be alright, don't worry. Just like everyone else, and just had some great times with these people. And their son went to a public school, quite a famous one. I'm not going to name it and shame it, but it's it's in the past, but everybody knows the stories, what goes on. And they rub shoulders with the royal family in their life circles. I'm not saying they're like knitted, but they're like in that society and that wealth, and they could afford all the care, for the son could afford all the care for their loved ones. He was an old colonel and worked for, I think, one of the banks it was owned by one of the lords. I'm not sure who it was. So he's like a bank manager, I think. So I don't know what sort, imagine what sort of life he's had, and what he's seen and what he knew. And I was getting hit at the tales of public school, what it's like, boarding school, what it's like, the domination, the sodomy, bullying, punishing, and you're left to it, and it's like, oh, it's all good for character, bend over kind of thing. It must be soul destroying. So imagine what that moulds you into, and you've accepted it. Oh yeah, it's done me good, kind of thing. But it's opened you up to lots of demonic spirits, because that's an offence to God, and you ain't going to let people carry on with that practice without consequence. You may think I'm a homophobe. I can just weigh up homosexuality and say, well, it's clearly unjust, because you don't get married couples parading down the streets, being inappropriate in front of children and minors and the general public who don't want it in their face. So it has to be paraded, and it has to be sponsored to be paraded, because they're convicted in their conscience and they want to show themselves that they're right. Woo, and they flaunt it, woo, banging their drums and their whistles and getting their private parts out. And there's children around, they don't care about those children, they just want it all, you know, they want their cake and eat it. And what they're doing's wrong, but they won't accept it, because they take it personally. No, I can do what I like. Of course you can be a homosexual if you want. Why don't you just keep it to yourself? Doing it in your own private room. Why do you want the right to do it? You haven't got the right to do it. Because you're denying families' rights to say it's inappropriate, and then you clamp down on the families to tell them that they're homophobe and bigots, pious, arrogant people. No, it's immoral, it's wrong. I don't hate homosexuals. I don't want to see them get hurt. I want to see them know what I know for themselves, to understand what it is that they've got. I don't. And that can be understood, and that can be, you can be given what's right in your heart, and then you can then you go from there. I don't know what the journey's like to be once a homosexual and then saved by Jesus, and then you got to carry on and not go back into that. I haven't had that change. I've never experienced that sort of behaviour. I had it offered me, and I've had it done without consent, but I had no memory of the actual event, just what afterwards, and I have no idea who done that and how many times it happened at a particular age or ages. I don't know how many times it's happened. But it's wrong. But the Lord has loved these people, and He understands, and it's in the scriptures that it's a consequence of breeding in immorality, and it develops, and other sins like discrediting God's principles. And that corrupts the DNA, and then that DNA goes wild, and then those attitudes are wild, and those people break down, the family unit breaks down, because they're naturally corrupted. You know, if you think of a seed like a plant, in that code it's got the potential of so many different environments. So there's some maths in there, that it's got a limit to how much it can produce and how much it can grow to, but that can fluctuate depending on the environment and the nurture it gets. It's not the seed, it's not what's in the seed, it's the environment and care that seed receives depends on how the plant ends up. So if it meets all the right needs, you're going to get the most possible potential, and it will bob around. No two potentials will be 100%, because you don't know what its potential is, but it'll have a limit. And then you could put it in another environment, and you can give it poor soil, poor, overbalanced watering, or too much or too little. You can put contaminants in it, disease and chemicals, pollution, toxins, poor lighting, and it could be sick and bedraggly and rubbish and corrupt. And then you could breed it in that state, and that would be recorded in its DNA. So when the seeds come out, it's got that memory. So the next seeds, if you put them in its full potential, potentially they could come back more resilient because they've been through a real hard experience, and that could develop into the genetics. Not many people know that, but I know that through experience. I've actually done it and seen it before my eyes by following the principles of inheritance. Or you could breed that sick plant into a sicker environment, and it'll have the first record of the first event, and then it could develop negative. You could lock those negative things in there, and then they will come out in the offspring, and you could breed that to be until it just wouldn't germinate. It just would be useless from the start, and you might get deformed plants. You got all the you try and breed out all the good things and breed in all the loose ends. So you get a male pollen with the code of defect, and then you get a defective female, and then you breed them. You get you're passing on the traits, but that doesn't stop it. You taking it there and developing it back further and building it up to where it came from. You see, so you can't write. It's like handicapped people who want a bit of life, and they want a family, and that's very difficult thing to first establish. Is that right for those people amongst themselves? Is this right? Can we manage this? Can we realistically sustain this? Can we get support with the loving support we may need to have this experience and have backup all the way through without the fear of us being hurt, persecuted? And those people want a child, and the people are going, oh, we don't think that's right, that might be dangerous, but you can't stop those people. They've got a right to, unless they're unfit mentally, they can't make those life and death decisions, and they don't know the dangers, they don't know right and wrong. But if they are mentally sound people, but they got disabilities or imperfections, they can't be stopped. They can't take their rights away that they could have children. And I don't know what people's experiences have had, but what I'm trying to express is that if they did have a disfigured child and they passed on the traits, and that was their choice, and they believe that they could justify that and love the child no matter, and help him get over what they've got through, because they've been through it. So they think, well, look, we've had a great life, and now we've got this great blessing, and we want a child. And they're going, shall I or shan't I? Some people got the right to say, well, I don't want to carry this on, just in case it doesn't work out, or people have got a choice. But what I'm just trying to say is that if that route was taken, and that child was happy with it, and it worked out, and it was blessed by it, and and that child and those parents came to be saved, and then that child in his adult life meets someone in another that's been through the same experience of the opposite sex, and they come to the same point, and they consider what their experience has been like. They evaluate their parents' experiences, and they say, oh, we've been alright. Okay, we've had these medical problems perhaps, or we've got these weaknesses, but that's the same with everybody. So if somebody chooses to start life, they've got a right to it, and God will bless it and help it if it's not His will for it to exist. It would take it away. So then again, those children could decide to have another child, and that child could be more healthier than come out, fully as the code's complete. Might not have any anomalies, and the anomalies his parents might have might not be there anymore because of the environment, the love and the care he was given make a big difference to things, and the life, in the life your parents are living, and the motive will, for that reason, will have a dramatic effect on the result. And I thought about this as a Christian, when coming from like a curse, generational curse. Once you're saved, that curse is broken, and then you see the blessings in your life, and then you see how rotten and what you start to understand the justice of the curse, and how the people sin against God, and He doesn't let anyone get away with it. And it causes iniquity, and it stays in a cycle, and only Christ can break that cycle. I was speaking to my family, and we cherish one another, but there's always been this problem of we're all pinned against the wall, like someone's whacked a hammer and we've just been thrown back. And the only time we really come together is when someone takes up the challenge to organise something, and it's not really that far beyond reach, because usually when that's done it always turns out alright. So it just takes somebody to do it, but everybody's got to be willing to do it, I think. And then there's always things that get in the way, past friction, unresolved things, or your own demons get in the way and holds you back. But that cycle is a consequence of iniquity and the smash it has on your family. And with my dear family, with my beloved granddad, I don't know what he experienced. One of my uncles researched his ancestry, and the horrible things that these people witnessed. And by the accounts, but there's only a slim account of their lives, but by the accounts they weren't doing anything wrong, weren't harming anyone. So how far back does this, or were they practicing things that they shouldn't have been, and that causes a consequence for the children, for the 4th and 5th generations? Or was it a serious curse? Was it like the same as the Jews' curse, a blood curse, for rejecting Christ? So the whole nation's guilty till they say, not unto us, Lord, not unto us, but only, I can't remember the scripture. But all the glories to the Lord, and, all the praises the Lord's for His mercy's sake, and His word's sake, and His salvation's sake. Not the Jews' righteousness, but they need to confess their sins. So that they were cursed, and that's a bad curse, that's a blood curse. Look what happened to these people, the tortures and the covert games that they had played on them, stitching them up, ruining their families' chances of putting bread on the table, keeping them out of communities. The suspicion of, because they keep themselves separate, it's like Muslims, they're very modest and they like to cover themselves up. I think that should be commended. It's just the other stuff that goes around it, the religious stuff, but I think to reverence that intimacy with your partner, I think that's commendable, rather than letting it all out for business and flashing it and look at me, everybody, you're not having any, but you can look, so you weigh up the two mentalities. But all the sinners, all are under condemnation. Allah's not the living God. Allah's not the Word. Quran's not the Word. Talmud's not the Word. Morals and dogma aren't the Word. The Catholic oath isn't the Word. The Catholic Church's principles and authority is not the Word. Government office is of the Word. It's kosher. The Queen in our nation, the Queen in her seat, in her office, is kosher. And the Queen has a right to be there. She's the royal family are just a family like everyone else. You know, we're all royal families of a royal family, of the royal family. Like Christians, they're of a royal family in Christ, so that makes us royalty. We're invited to experience the heirship of that royalty. So we've been legally made heirs with Christ. It's His glory. It's not our birthright. It's something He's sharing and making us equal to experience His birthright. But He's ahead of that birthright, and what He says goes. He's given that complete birthright, each of us. So, troubled times. I had so much to speak about. But the COVID thing, you got to consider the dangers of these. I just wanted to share some light. Where we are, what's going on. I think it can change. I think it can be held back. But I definitely think that there is a gig going on, a number, and that's been to spread the virus. So what I'm considering, just as a fearful, sober consideration for people to consider, without panic, without fear, which I hope will bring about the fear of God, and then to evaluate what's important. Because let's say I'm right and it strings out longer, and let's say I'm also right that under the noses of the law, among all this charade and this theatre, people are actually getting killed or left in circumstances where they're likely to die, become ill, and it can be written off as COVID, the pandemic, the crisis, the manufactured crisis. You know, I don't want to pin blame on our government or our nation or the Pope or the Catholic Church or the Jesuits or the Masons. I think everyone's got a responsibility, and everybody, and the likeliest suspects are those that are known for this kind of activity. The corrupt people in lawful seats who abuse their authority and do it under the radar, and the law has to prove it and catch them. And also foreign influence from outside helping, taking part, cells on the street, organised crime, pockets of darkness, association and connections that operate with authority, and they have some leadership and a command, and soldiers and servants of this machination, and the government may not be aware of it. Well, there may be people seated in the government who are trying to steer the decisions that are made upon the Prime Minister and his team. Or it could be the Prime Minister himself. We don't know. He could be in on it, and he might have chosen a cabinet, picked his staff of ones that he can control and handle, that will support him, and the others that he can, get over, dominate them and get his way with his his charm. Somebody could be holding Boris Johnson, somebody blackmailing Boris Johnson. But what I would say to Prime Minister Johnson, if that was true, is just to cough up, because then you kill their power hold over you. And you can do something, and then you'll be protected. You're not gonna, they're not gonna live out their threats. But think of the consequence if you know that if that is the circumstance, that you're blackmailed, when then somebody's twisting a knife out on you, if you compromise yourself, you're giving them the power. If you don't compromise, you take the power away from them, and it empowers you. Then you call their bluff, and they've got to come out. They can trick you and make you frightened. If you go, well, go on then, I'll cough up then, and then I'll expose you, and that'll empower me, and that will set us free from this lie, and the country can see, and I'll just be ducking around in case a bullet comes. Anyway, I'm just rhyme and reasoning, but sharing some observations, just to people to consider and fear, really. But that's what I've observed. Old people have been forced out. It's been encouraged, and the hypocrisy of it spreading around. And I want to share an experience which is ironic, and it just shows you the heart of people. Now, you go out in the street on a nice sunny day when it's likely to draw people out for a cycle or exercise. And I would suggest you walk quite a lot, and you go through common footways where you're likely to encounter people. Go on some routes where they're active with people on bikes and foot, and you meet those people where you greet one another and you smile. And it's like almost like the Holy Spirit just like brushes across these people, across your faces as you meet, and then like these people are strangers to you, and it's just a passing courteous hello, how you doing, how you managing, nice to see you, have a nice day, goodbye, or you share the gospel. And you meet some wonderful people, really outstanding people on the street. And it makes the whole thing look ridiculous. It's hard to explain what I mean. But it just doesn't justify the measures to the common sense in people. And it's the rabble and the created rabble and the fake rabble that they justify. We need to take these measures, and then they place it on the back of the law abiding, and people can't see the subtleties of little gigs like that. So I'm trying to highlight the subtleties, and most people, when they're left to their own homes and devices, they can run their homes quite perfectly. They might have slack moments, but most people are quite capable of working out how to do this and do that and get by. People have got common sense. You've got to let people make their own minds up, live their own lives to their choosing, as long as it doesn't affect the rest of society. That's what we had a reputation for, An Englishman's home is his castle. Everyone's shares that in common. It's just been destroyed. It's been deteriorated. That leaving your door open and feeling safe because of the sponsored wildness of trying to destroy our youth, and with fake culture will water it down and cause rebellion and disheartenment, because they've been robbed of an understanding of what's been going on and how it's a nonsense, and you've got a whole life and you can do anything with your life that you want to. You are free, but you allow yourself to be a prisoner to bondage and fear and compromise, and it overburdens you, and then it knocks the light out of you, knocks the stuffing out of you, knocks the salt out of you, and you become miserable and snappy or angry and aggressive and impatient. Or you're one of those people where you're long suffering and it just like wears you down, but you just get back up and muddle on, but it's wearing you down and you're getting tired, more tired and tired and tired, and you're seeing it, nothing's changing, and you've had it to the back teeth, you're sick of it, and you're just like repulsed by the behaviour. And then you get these elderly people who go along with the flow, you know, it's all okay, and they get swept up in the trend and the immorality and the liberalness of the moral decay of our nation and the destroying of our youth. There's a famous saying that these Masons and Jesuits like to boast, you know, you give me your children, like the governments that they manage and have got in their pocket, you give them the education system and let them be the parents, they control the world. That's their boast, you know, and they're in the education system. It's Darwinistic, so that destroys their ability to look at Christianity and make up their own mind. No, they take that off the table and they teach this plethora of organised religion. So they take the truth away, mock Christianity, and put all these other interfaiths and Islam and all the other spiritual. That's taking the protection away from all these diseases, because these things are full of paedophiles, people who will exploit you for your talent and your money and rob you of your ignorance of their deceptive spirituality into enlightenment, and you allow yourself open to all these spiritual experiences, and they will be spiritual experiences, but they won't be a Holy Spirit. There'll be a deceptive spirit that take you up into high places and fill your head with vanity and wonder of the mysteries of delights of peeping into the spiritual realms and the empowerment of it and the sense of importance and the carrot on the stick to rob your soul of salvation, to know the truth. Because if you don't have the truth, you're not going to be able to know what these things are and what's the nature of them, without knowledge of people who've actually been in those and worked it out, or how bad it was, how wrong it was, how much in error it was. But they couldn't see it until they saw the light. Now they had the light. Once they had the light, they could see that it was not true to the standard, and that they also know that the standard is true to itself and true to everything that's true, and everything that's true could be tested against the standard. So the standard's been taken out of the way, and it leaves all the fake standards, and people are indifferent to know who's telling the truth, what's right and what's wrong, because they've lost the ability to evaluate right and wrong, and that could be taught without Jesus Christ. But you can't rob the glory that those principles come from God by Jesus Christ. All lawful science, God's the creator, so everything under under his sovereignty is his. It's physics, science, life, biology, earth, heaven, heavenly, earthly. Science is just a way of understanding it and putting it into a human language of what it actually is doing, so you can understand science and measure science and learn from science. God has given you science and the ability to use it right or use it wrong. That's why we have error and trueness, correctness. You know, where do you think those come from? Big Bang? Big Bang's not without intelligence, it's without purpose. It's pointless. So there wouldn't be no logic and justice and reason in it. There's no reason in the Big Bang. There's no answer. The Big Bang hasn't shared to us the purpose of life. Well, God shares you the purpose, what he's up to. He allows his servants to look into these things. He shares his life, his glory. He doesn't share his glory, but he lets you have to taste that glory, to serve that glory, and have that glory living in you, to his glory. And he died for you. Allah didn't die for all people, all creation. Allah doesn't tell you how to get saved. Buddha doesn't tell you how to get saved. He just tells you that you reincarnate and it goes on like that, and there's all these different gods. What did those gods do for you? Did they show their love for you? Or did they just want to be gods over you? Well, God is God over all gods and all things, and he wants to save you and share that experience in his care, under his authority, under his watchful care, under his protection, under his guidance. He's like the biggest loving papa you can ever imagine, and he's going to show you what he can do and what, you know, think of what heaven's going to be like. I was thinking today about I don't know, I was just using my childish imagination. I thought, right, in heaven, Lord willing, I was thinking about, you know, just the lovely things the Lord could give you and what he's prepared for you. And I thought, right, the Lord's going to buy what he knows I would like, and he's prepared that for us, that are just so connected to our personalities and lives. So he's going to sort out every detail. Imagine setting up a personal wedding for somebody, or a personal brand new. Wouldn't it be lovely if you could buy your loved ones like houses and make them into to their personalities and give them as a gift, or like a starter pack kind of thing. But the Lord's like looked into every detail, everything, how it's laid out, how you are, and you're just not going to deserve it. And I was thinking today, like where the idea of Father Christmas come from. It's like the gifts in heaven. And I was thinking, well, you know, imagine if someone could have a peep, like Brother Paul, who was taken up into the third heaven. And I thought that's kind of like he's had a peep at what presents we got, kind of thing, what prizes there are. And I was thinking along those lines. I think, well, I wonder what prizes I had, or if I got anything at all. Am I being a bit too, you know, I'm presumptuous in my sin? But it says to think on these things, so I was thinking on these things, thinking, what would I like? What would be great? And I thought, yeah, that would be great. It came into my mind, and it was like a landscape, but there's no detail to the landscape. It was what focusing on. And it was like a personal space where you would go, return to your own personal place, or one of them, or I don't know. And there's a tree and some branches and perches, and there's these two or three birds, one with a cockatiel. These are sort of things I kind of, well, that'd be nice if I had a cockatiel. And I was imagining a cockatiel and a green parrot and something like a toucan or something like that, really chatty. And all they do is chat and chat and chat. But these birds were my scripture researchers, you see, and they talked human, and we had a relationship, and we loved one another. It's like funny going through my mind. I thought, oh, wouldn't that be cool? I wonder if that's possible. Well, of course it's possible, but I wonder if it'd be a reality. And you say, look, I'm not sure, I was a bit weak in this area, I'm going out in a minute, and I'm going to give you this problem. And they start chatting, and they got different ways of viewing things, and they sit there and discuss and debate and go back and forth and go and search out the Word of God. And then they're debating amongst themselves, and you may arrive and they've not quite got there yet, and they turn around and still searching this out. And you have a conflab and give a bit of input perhaps, and say, oh well, carry on then, I'll wait until you've deliberated and you've concluded, and then when you've done it, you can pray. Well, next time you see me, you can praise the Lord and say, and proclaim you've discovered what it is, and then you can teach me. And I thought that would be great. You wouldn't have to sit down and do it yourself. You could have a couple of parrots that do all the work for you, do all the searching and the remembering, and they just tell you the answer. I thought that'd be brilliant. It would be also very amusing that you've got real living, intelligent, these wise creatures doing your service. I thought that'd be funny. But anyway, whether that's vain ambition and presumptuous sins, I don't know. But just thinking about heavenly blessings, thinking about others, thinking about other circumstances, thinking who I can benefit at this time, and how I can serve the Lord in the current circumstances, and just do something for the Lord as often as I can. And currently I'm just uploaded some videos, and so I'll probably be produce this video, and as I go along with my dad, with my dad going and where he is and where the world's where it is, just keep my mind on something and keep my focus on the Word of God and the singleness of the Lord's purpose. Is to reach loved ones, to throw anything in the mix that I think will be useful to somebody, and just to have a restful sit down and share things. So I wanted to do that, and I had lots of other topics I was thinking about. I'm a bit mindful of how long this goes on, and so I think I'll close there because I'm going blank, searching, digging for something to say, and I think I've said really what I wanted to say, and just want to share my prayers for my brothers and sisters. And I pray that they are safe, we're kept safe, that the Lord will go out, we will be prayerful and resilient and on our toes with our armour. And I'm considering the people who could get knocked over and swept up, or perhaps are struggling, or perhaps I can reach them, perhaps they will. The Lord can, the Holy Spirit can do something. But I pray for the ministries and the people going out in the streets that they are safe. They're blessed and they have great success, and for anyone who's not done that, it's the most wonderful thing just to go out in the street with the Lord, prayerfully, fearfully, but boldly. Just go. Take some gospel tracts and leave them benches or pass them out, and the Lord's Spirit will go right before you and you'll walk in that grace, and then He'll bring you home safely, and that grace will roll back into your protection, and you'll have the most wonderful blessing and experience. You'll meet some wonderful people, wonderful souls, all different shapes and sizes, and that will bless your life. And perhaps even just a smile sometimes and being courteous to someone on the street is part of the work. You know, being a civil human being is part and kind, considerate, makes a difference. That can save somebody just for a moment from making a bad decision. That can turn somebody's day around. Everybody's experienced it. I used to walk along this canal and I used to pass everyone smiling, "Good morning." And some days you never get a response, you just get a cold which makes you so happy. People are really right down in the mire. You think, what's happened to that person? What, have they been trampled on? Have they been done over? Somebody been unfaithful to them? They're just miserable, hard faces. And then you get other days it's full of the same lie. You get the same bounce back, and it's everyone goes off even more appreciative and of the day. It brightens up the brightest of sunny days. It kind of even just saying to somebody that maybe you sense that they're having a hard time, and you may not have the opportunity to share the gospel, you've got a passive moment, you can just say to someone, "You okay? Look, I don't mean to stick my nose in, but you okay? I'm just a bit concerned." And they might go, "Oh yeah, I'm alright, thank you anyway." And then you say, "Well, I've got to go, can I leave you a gospel tract or something?" And they might say, no, I'm alright, mate." You say, "Anyway, you look after yourself," and that might make a difference to them. But I wanted to share those experiences and for anybody really that's weak in confidence, got that complex, inferiority complex. So when you behave as though you know what you're talking about, so you don't feel like an idiot in front of people, because you've been put down, slammed down, and that's deliberate. And sometimes things are set up to cause that, to trip people up and affect those people so they'd never get off the ground. Whereas some children are resilient and they just pass through it. But some people get churned up and it goes from bad to worse, and they're robbed and arrested, their future's arrested. You know, you don't want to know how many people have been robbed of a chance. Each generation has been millions. You wouldn't want to know how many Christians and innocent people have been killed and murdered, or just afflicted, persecuted because of what, and they may not even know what it's all about, and they may not even be agreeable with the reason that these things are happening to them. It's just, you know, we live in the dark. But I hope I've shed a bit of light and things to consider. And yeah, I pray for just vulnerable people. Pray that people are confident that they're in the Lord's protection. He understands what they're going through. And we live by faith, not by sight. And we can... fear, it can paralyse you and rob you of growth. Sin will cripple you, because you'll get snagged up in the world. So the Lord's given this word for a reason. That's to bless us, so He can use us. And the Lord's, we've each got talents that are undiscovered. That's what I discovered. I had discovered I could sing my own personal praises, and they come from the heart. And it's not for my pleasure. It's for the Lord's pleasure. I don't like being a public face, really. I would have when I was a sinful person. I'd have loved all the attention, but I don't like the attention. I don't like the cameras. I don't like doing these things. I'm grateful that I can have the opportunity to reach. Even if I know for a fact. Let me tell you something about my website history, just because when people measure by success, right, that doesn't guarantee quality. The cheapest thing, affordable thing, could become the most popular thing, but doesn't make it the best quality, or it has the greatest content. But before the Google Plus and the Google Plus service, which they'd stop now, and there's another thing I thought about I'm going to mention. Anyway, what was I saying? Google Plus. Alright, yeah, viewing figures. Now, if you go back to 2010, there were lots of ministries online that were soul winning ministries, King James ministries, and they were having millions and millions of views. Some of the views were more than others because it depended on the subject of what the interest was. So I say on average they had some good views on there, like 5k or something, on average per video, and then there's exceptions. And then you see these people report it, showing footage of their true figures, and then showing how they've been stripped by about 70%, and then the figures that they were getting now weren't showing an accurate figure. And I've considered, well, I know what's running YouTube. There's a quantum computer behind it, and it's hosting the service now, and the servers. This is my, I don't know that for sure, but I can see it in operation. The way how quickly your adverts come up. Now this will blow your mind. Things I talk about with my dad, like you're going on the Amazon or your social places that you would be interested in. So there's a impression upon the data of your viewing habits. So if you're on a so-called independent site, say like a site of interest, and then you go to a commercial site, and then suddenly in your products is something related to what you're just looking at. Say you're in your private living room when you're talking about a subject, you boot your computer up, And what you're talking about is now in your recommended items. And I've been getting that all the time, you know, what I'm talking about, what I'm thinking about, starts coming up in the recommendation. And it makes you wonder, well, what's going on? You know, how much control are they gaining? How much control have they got over people? And is that in isolated pockets, or is that what generally worldwide? So these viewing figures were slashed, and I was surprised that, because I'd only just started and all my videos were quite simple. They were all text videos when I started, because I didn't have a camera. I did have a camera, but the battery life was it uses a battery so quickly, and I didn't have any mains support to just do longer videos. And yeah, my site views were 95,000, and that shocked me. That really spooked me, really, and I didn't want to do it anymore. I said, Lord, no, I don't want all that attention. Rather than going, wow, that's 95 souls I've potentially affected. Wow, I've only done a few videos. And my first video, as soon as I put it up, looked at the figures, it was over 500. Then they paused it on 666, and then they started tormenting me. I was getting these like whisperings of the devil, and it never changed. And if you kept viewing it to try and get it over to 667, it wouldn't go up or down. And I knew it was getting hits, so I knew that they're managing and interfering, and that undermined me, and I just wanted to pull it out of the wall. I didn't want to touch it. I don't want to touch that corruption. The violation of someone hacking your computer or watching you is like being raped. It's dirty. It's a violation of your rights. Now, I was looking at this Windows 10. This is just absolutely, it's just rearranging your brain pattern. It's running your life for you. And the controlling mechanisms in it, the subtle little things I'm starting to notice that they're just default, and you've got to figure out your operating system to figure out how you keep turning these things up, and they pop out. I don't know what it's called, and I'm not really sure it works, but I'm just thinking of the potential. But I'll tell you a habit I've got is when I first installed my computer, I got an external hard drive that won't be going into the machine when the internet's on, so I disconnect the internet, and I've got copies of the original start pack, and then I'll update every time it's updated, but the main thing is just to have it so if you do have problems, you can at least go back to the basics, and then you'd have to, I don't mind about losing things, what I'm worried about is the corruption and devices in there. But you can't choose the you can choose the operating system, but it's beyond me, because I don't really, if I don't understand anything, I don't trust it, and I don't want to use it. And I know the internet's easily exploited. Digital is the easiest thing to exploit, and do something that looks like it's not doing it. You know, and you're dictated to what software you got to use, and what service you got to use, and then what hidden conditions come with that service. I was shocked to realise that a lot of things you are given, perhaps given free, that somebody's written and shared, and people have claimed that they understand it, they've looked at it and it's safe. Then you look at one of the conditions for accepting the download, and it says, well, they can copy things you put on your clipboard. So if you save something on your clipboard, it will send a record of it to the person you got that software off. You might just, oh, I'll have that, take it without looking. You don't realise all that, you've allowed all that background stuff. Anyway, in the background of Windows 10, I noticed that when I put my external hard drive, it's been making, without my knowledge, and I never gave it the permission because I didn't install the software, because it's all pre-packaged in the Windows package. And it suddenly popped out, and I noticed it. It's like, so every time you plug something in, it recognises it, and it creates a virtual imprint of it. Right, so, and then copies what's in it, or copies a record of what's in it at least. So there's key bits that are identical to the real information on my external hard drive, my backup and my security. So when I pull the internet out and I plug my hard drive back in, this thing is updating what I've done offline, you see, and I didn't realise it's keeping a record. So I don't know if it's uploading or what is storing. They're adding things to it, so when I plug my thing back in offline, it downloads it onto that route and pattern, and it sticks code into my backup stuff and corrupts it slowly. So, or it can be activated to destroy it when the time's right. So they can, oh, they've had a crash, they got a bug. You know, so that's how they infiltrate your, because the Windows doesn't like anything being plugged in and taken out. It wants to know where it is. It owns it. It's arranging your life and how you will order things in your circumstance. It controls you. It orders the way it lays out your music. It dictates to you how to organise files, and people go, it's really intuitive. It's not intuitive for me, it's counterintuitive. And you haven't got a choice. It's just divisive, and people with learning disabilities, it's a nightmare. And you think of all the elderly people that, oh, just go online, do this. You know, you think you're homeless, you ain't got a computer, and everything's, oh, you've got to sign on and go to this website, you know. Well, how do I do that then? Do you think how many people are cut off, forgotten, and they roll on? Oh, it's your fault, you know. You could have, and people, you know, what about people who don't want the internet, don't want mobile phones? Where's their rights? Where's the consideration for these people? People who, like me, get spooked by it because they don't trust it. There's all these terms and conditions, and they don't want to commit to it because they don't know what they're committing to. And all they're committing to is a load of crooks to take advantage of you. And when they get told off, they just find a way around it. Find a new way to do it. And then it's social engineering and conditioning. It conditions the way you behave or the way you think. It's becoming and it favours one and not the other, you see. It builds one up, and all my shiny examples, and then it shuts out the weak, you know, or the vulnerable, or the people with needs, or the people with that don't need looking after, that they may need to, people who recognise that they've got a difficulty there and they need support. They don't need to take their whole lives taken over and put them on a care package, because that's what they do. You can't tell a carer or a doctor, oh, I'd like, you know, I'm okay in all these areas, but in this area I need some support. I'll send you here, and the person diagnoses you, and they put you on a completely rewrite your program for you. Oh, this is what you need to get better. You got to go to this course, and you got to go to this meeting, and you got to join in this. Completely takes you away from what you wanted to do, and then it sticks you on a package that's making services money, and you become a bit of meat on a package conveyor belt, and you get cling film and then shrink wrapped, dumped out the other end when the funds run out, and you're back to square one. Well, I still didn't get what I wanted, what I needed, and I've wasted all that time going to these dead ends just to be to show that they're caring and helping the mentally ill and the vulnerable. You can't help mentally ill people until you understand what's making them mentally sick. And then just going to these people, it makes them sicker. There might be temporary measures which make a difference and help, and good things in it, I don't doubt that. But it's a whole system, and the mentality of it robs you of your ability to work out well what your needs are and where you need support, where you don't. That's why you need an advocate to stick up for your rights, and if you haven't got one, you can potentially get walked over by every professional you ever go and seek help for, every expert. And all I learned through the experiences was, pin the tail on the donkey. Medical science I kind of admire, because it's more that, to me, it's more of a result. 99 times out of 10 it makes it helps, and it has real results. But you can't measure the results of psychology, because people are pleasers. I've seen it so many times. People are pleasing to thinking that a person's making them better. So it's a behavioural modification, and these people are engaged by it, and it lifts them out of themselves, and they count that as a success. And then you find another term later, these people have been dumped, forgotten about. So I think it's sparse, and I think it's corrupt. It's bogey science. I think there's more in psychology than there is psychiatry. But it's too institutionalised, and there's no lawful standard, really. There's been a standard made, but that's been made from a poor standard. And I wouldn't advise somebody to go and seek help, because you can get really smashed up and hurt and put on a package. But I'm not saying don't go and seek help, because these things can be very helpful, but they're not the answer, they're not the solution. So the only solution for mental illness is Christ, first for the divine help and intercession, and the Holy Spirit to give you light and understanding to manage it, understand it, manage it, grow with it, and that the Lord fixes it straight away, and then gives you a wholeness, and then you got to live by faith in this wholeness, with that illness, with that disability. And the Lord may take quite a considerable amount of the symptoms away, extreme symptoms away of schizophrenia, bipolar, the real ugly, horrible, scary nightmare, psychosis. The Lord can wipe that, because He'll give you His conscience and peace, and it will hold on to you through those nightmare bad trips. If you're having a bad trip, a demonic bad trip, that may not be because you've done something wrong, you've sinned. But sin will aggravate that and exacerbate it, but it may be because you've got a scar, like a mental scar or development omission, which creates the symptoms of your mental health symptoms. If you've got a damaged component, your brain is screaming out about it and it's trying to find a route around it. That can make your mind hyperactive, and you're always like trying to, because it's not connecting and making a circuit. So where you've got a bit missing, it's sort of like the electricity is like leaking out. And your mind, that can affect your mind, can make your mind race. And the Lord will steer people in their own personal circumstances, their environment circumstances and their internal circumstances. And then what aggravates mental illness is associating with the wrong people and the wrong environments and feeding on the wrong foods, like what you watch, what you do, where you go. These can also exacerbate mental illness. So you need to recovery needs to be done in prayer and personal sanctity, really, and then you will grow in that environment, and it will put you on a different path, and your life will be brighter, and it'll change you. It'll light up the way of your life a bit, and you'll get a spring in your step. You'll still have that wounding, and certain things will aggravate that, certain things will open it right up, like turning aside to the Lord and then looking away and then your vision gets darker and darker, and it overtakes you, and it all comes back. And then you might go through that, and then you learn to call on the Lord, recover yourself, and then it keeps happening. And then you recall on the Lord again, and He recovers you. It's like addiction. You could get a victory in an addiction, slip, have a little moment where you're caught in it, and then you can get the victory back on it again, and then you'll be fine for a long time, and then you'll have a moment, a weakness, and it may be opening up a wound, and you think, oh, I'm just going to have a fag, I'm just going to have a drink. And that might not really be a bother for you. You might have it and then get on again, and then say, Lord, I've had a little slip. I'm grateful for your love and forgiveness and mercy, and help me, press on. Or you might get caught in it for a long time and be beating yourself stupid, like Opus Dei, but not physically, but your own fear, your own shadow is beating you up. Satan's all over you, pulling the wool over your eyes. The Lord's just waiting for you, leaving you there, you silly Billy, waiting for you to call on Him. But I'm going to finish now because I'm going to waffle on. But just wanted to share some thoughts. Yeah, so the real remedy for what I was saying about earlier, Jesus died. Who else died to save you? Who else shares their blessings with you? So if you are in need of hope, you're in need of, think what the burden the Lord would take off the NHS if people came and be healed from the physician. I'm not talking about medical issues and miracles of healing. The Lord may heal a medical issue, and that would take the burden off the NHS. But I don't think the Lord disapproves of physicians, and people trying to help people recover. I think doctors are pressured and overburdened, and all the onus is on them to find help for people with mental problems. And there's more mental people than there are physically sick people. And that's another double workload on these GPs. And then they set up this thing where they allow a little room where public can vent their frustration at the doctors. Why don't they vent? Where's the platform to vent the frustration at the government for the doctors and the public, to stop pressuring the doctors and causing all these short cuts in the service? Not money cuts, but the quality time you have with your GP. You're racing it, and you're omitting to recognise things that a doctor may normally have time to consider and look at. So they're put under pressure to make these snap decisions, perhaps. So they've got too much of a workload. And think what that does to a doctor who wants to help people but hasn't been put in a position where they're compromising their care and putting themselves in jeopardy. And that's what the government have done. They've put these people in jeopardy, and it puts us in jeopardy, and the government don't lift a finger. You know, Boris Johnson couldn't sit down and have a conversation with and be scrutinised by myself and others like myself. Get him to answer for himself. He hasn't got an answer because he knows. You know, no matter what they say and waffle about and trying to convince otherwise, they know what's going on. They know what people are yoked and people are downtrodden, people are lied to, people are shafted by the civil service and have the rug pulled out from under their feet. And there's people in there that try and correct all these problems, you know. From all parties, you know, it's the people, it's not the colour, it's the people making the right decisions. What doesn't matter what party they're from. You know, and that's what politicians have lacked, salt and confidence and boldness to stand up against the majority of the attitude, the zeitgeist that dominates in there. You know, you think you're in a public saloon at times, and other times it's very sober and reverent when it's got out of hand. But we all know what we've tasted. You know, it's like Oliver Twist. You get cold porridge or gruel. And sometimes you get a nice hot potato and some butter and a bit of cheese and stuff. Anyway, my prayers for the souls of those people. Prayer for the souls of the God's enemies. Enemies to the cross, enemies to hedging up in any way the word of God and stopping people, blocking people from being saved, finding the way, finding my videos, finding my brothers and sisters' videos, finding the poor people who are trying to share the gospel. But there's wisdom in what the Lord allows and what He controls, and I don't know exactly, but the things the Lord's given me insight, privy to be insight into. I know, I trust that He'll use that to reach everyone in my circle and everyone who's got an interest in me, for good or for bad. That He will use that to save somebody out of it, and potentially save a lot of people from the serious consequences of what they think they can get away with for so long, and just let it happen and go on daily while they sit still. So prayers to those people, their families, the whole nation, sick people, those caring, those concerned for their loved ones in hospital. And I'm hoping with videos I've done will, sort of like perhaps inspire someone to do that for their loved one, because I was helped to be put onto that. I didn't consider that. That was, well, what was suggested made me consider that as an alternative, so that it helped me. I didn't think of it, so it may help me think of something I didn't overlooked. So I hope that will help someone perhaps get over anxiety if they're frightened that their parent they can't go on their visit or a care home or a ward, and they're worried about what kind of things are going on, and they're not sure, and they want their mind put at rest, and they've not thought of and they're not technology savvy, and they're not allowed to go and visit their loved one, and their loved one becomes terminally ill, and all they want to do is be by that side every minute, suck up that time of that loved one, and they're blocked, and I think there's always a way around, but at least they started preparing community visiting places where they can have visitors, so that I imagine there'd be a strict discipline to sterilising it between every visit, and then the families can have a little room where they go in, decorated out. It's a nice little living area where the families can go and meet. It's like they got in hospital for people going through those really difficult times, and they have a little garden of remembrance where you can go. You're so opened up that you don't really want to be sitting around the public, so they give you that private little area while your loved one's going through a crisis and near death or something like that, and they give you that moment, exactly what you need at that point. They leave you alone with the offer that there's people there if you need them, who've been through it and seen it before, and they look out for you. Some delightful people in hospitals. So I'm trying to imagine what's up the road, and I'm just trying to reach as many people in all the different ways, and trusting the Lord will use these, and if they help people. Anyway, I'm just fading out now, so I'm going to close it unless something pops into my mind. No. Well, I did have a joke, but I was thinking about this laughing, and I was thinking about comedians and how they got that gift to have a way of viewing things, but on the whole, comedy can be quite fleshy. It can get really ugly. So I'm not so much a fan of comedy anymore. But it's the people I like, not the actual apparatus. It's just like. But it is sometimes good to be amused and have that light-heartedness to take your mind off serious things. I'm no different to anyone. I like to do that distraction, and some comedians are quite a light. To me, they become sickly, and it becomes, it wears out. They're not really as sharp as they once were, and they lose their saltiness, and they just become a bit drab. We're a bit spoiled, and always scratching for new material to keep their breath alive, kind of thing. But they've got that natural ability to observe everyday, synchronicities and things we can all relate to that we've got in common. And I was also thinking about like Father Christmas, in a funny way, because I had a funny idea and I thought that'd be, because I mean, I'll just share this and I am going to close, but when we were children, we had Christmas. I mean, I used to love Christmas. Kind of the spirit of that love and that expectation. But then as you grow up and you see the different things. But my brother, as soon as I could understand, he said, Santa ain't real, mate, it's a con. He said, it's your mum, it's mum and dad. He said, well, I don't know, my brother was he could speak quite, he could articulate, he's quite an old head on young shoulders. And he used to work things out and then let you know. Oh no, it's there's my brother in his pushchair realised that there's a Santa in every store, so it can't be more than one. And I thought, yeah, I know that. I still believe in Father Christmas. I just wanted to hold on to that vain imagination and that idea. And then when you find Christianity, you realise, wow, it's just a robbery of that. And there is a bit of that spirit in Christmas. The Lord's Spirit is in Christmas. It's not in Santa Claus. And I thought, children are... And I thought, just considering, if I had children as a believer, would I rob them of Santa Claus? And I would. Because it's... and people think that's heartless, but they don't know Jesus, so why lie to them and then let them feel like they've been mugged off when they get older? Thought he was real. And you get parents reinforcing it, yeah, Santa is real, don't you let anyone tell you otherwise. Well, and this was my joke, see, right? And I'd say to children, truthfully, and I'd do it publicly as well, I'd say, look, children, Santa Claus is real, but he's a bit of a rogue, and parents have been deceived, and he's been found out stealing mince pies, drinking, breaking traffic violation, and getting parents to do all his work. So the pagan council of these pagan religious festivals who police the activities as like Nick Santa, and then he's been banned, and it's just a robbery of the real spirit of Christmas, which is love, which your parents give you, and what Jesus Christ gave you. And the real Father is a heavenly Father, holy, loving Father, and he can give you wonder and joy, and that magical kind of, it's not quite the right word, but that magical, wonderful experience, but truly in heaven and in your life heavenly right now. And that spirit of Christmas will be in you always. It'll be Christmas every day, because you'll have that joy and expectation that Christmas is coming. But the real Christmas is Jesus Christ. So the real Santa is real, but he's an imposter, children, and he's stolen the role and changed it and copied the real spirit of Christmas, which is the Lord God who created everything, created you, mummy and daddy. So we've been all tricked by this imposter, and he's been arrested and he's going to be executed, and he'll be dead, and that'll be it. and that'd be the end of their Christmas. You wouldn't have to worry about the lockdown, you know. But I thought, oh, you know, shit, is it right for... This is why I started, you know, thinking about laughing. Is it wrong to laugh? Is refrain from laughter just to keep your mouth shut and be reverent all the time? Is that applicable only when you're being an ambassador? You know, can you laugh? Can you laugh? And I, you know, things like this trip me up. But I hold the word to me. I said something earlier as well. I said I didn't feel that Heavenly Father was offended. I said an expletive, you know, and then I thought to myself, you know, about that scripture come to mind. You know, was that irreverent? Am I going to offend people with that word? Because I've made it public, you see. It's something private that I made public just for because I don't know if my dad is actually going to get to see it, and I've made this video and journal, and I wanted my dad to see it immediately. Even if he couldn't see it, I wanted him to hear it. But there's no apparatus for him to do that. The staff have got their hands tied. And that's why I offered to provide the equipment, and then when my dad's finished with it, you know, the wards have got something. They don't have to, you know, it's not coming out their budget, so it's not going to stretch them. And it would be like a gift, I won't, you know, don't want a reward, I just want to show gratitude, and I want to do that for my dad, and I'd like to know that would benefit someone else in that ward who's in a predicament and they're locked down and they can't get in, and they've got a right to see that their loved one is really alive and they're not being tricked, and they can show the date and the live date, or have somebody go in there on their behalf from a public body who can take a camera in and show that what's going on in the hospital. And there's no need to fear so much, you know, but there's always reason to be cautious and vigilant for the staff. I pray for that. I pray for the vigilant of these staff members to keep an eye on things, and don't be frightened to stand up. You know, there's always a way around getting the truth out without compromising yourself if you don't feel like you could handle the backlash. You know, you can always give a testimony and upload it and send it to someone who would play it, and then keep your identity secure. And as long as the interviewer is good, he can ask the right questions to authenticate if you are what you say you are, because he will know what questions to ask you to see that you know what you're talking about if you are a nurse, and then, or a doctor or whatever, and you could do it that way, and that person would be willing to share it if they trusted in it and they believed it and they knew it, that person could share it for you and take the consequence on your behalf, just to get the truth out about, you know, to confirm things, and then they could be brought to the attention of someone else in authority that's another scripture I want to mention, which people don't really, and I never considered it, the hopelessness when you think the law's broken down. Well, the law hasn't broken down, because the law is not a law unto himself. The law is very wise and intelligent, and it's down to individual agency, you see, and the law is in the heart. So if you've got people in power who are concerned about laws being broken by politicians, there is a way and a means and an apparatus for them to deal with the unjust law, but they might be up against it. So there's always a law overseeing other responsibilities, always headship over the headship, and then the top goes from Satan. But above Satan, God can interrupt all the way down to meet that person and help them build up what the components and the support they need to then start addressing the lawlessness and the injustice. I put it right. And I read that in the scriptures. There's always there's always a law and a higher law, and of course God's sovereign and the highest law and the lawgiver. And everything down the line he sees, and it's reported back to him. So he's like breathing, like the Holy Spirit is like breath of air, oxygen kind of thing. And it can comprehend every little nook and cranny and dark little corner. It knows what's going on. And that's how the Lord can prompt you to, because you can't see like the Holy Spirit, but you're in the light, and the Holy Spirit can move you in a direction where the Holy Spirit knows is what within your area you're going to walk in. He's gone out before you. The Lord's gone out, and he knows us where souls are. Like he knew where to go to get the man of Gadara, and he knew where to go to find those lepers, and he knew where to go to find his seed and to draw them out unto himself. He went looking for his children, his sheep. So it's like the Holy Ghost. When you go out, he knows what's on the field, in the Lord's field, when you go out to harvest or plough or plant or water or whatever you have the opportunity to do in your path, in your testimony, in your mission, in your walk, in your calling, if you like, in the calling. And how that can support the brethren and the leaders the Lord's appointed to lead the way, that we follow after and grow in that calling and the Lord's work. You're out in the vineyard, and he can, whatever you're capable of, the Lord can bring you the appropriate witness to use you, and you'll be part of the Lord, and you'll know that, and you will not be able to contain what the joy is for that. You'll feel like a little child skipping, being carried over those puddles, like your parents did, holding you up, whee, and you like go an excessive distance. Oh yeah, do that again. Up the road, I'm Superman kind of thing. Like, the lovely vain carefreeness of children. You're just like a joy to watch them having fun while you're caught in the middle of a horrible cannon fire and flak and fiery darts and snipes. Anyway, that's me rung out, I think, so I'm going to call it a night and wish everybody a good night and many blessings, and in the name of Jesus Christ, Maranatha. Right, good morning, or good afternoon. Right, this is an additional part of this ramble and episodes that I'm journalising and correlating. One of the reasons I do that is it's a fault, really. It's a biological and emotional. There's so many components that I've had to root out. My doctor was very helpful in many areas in trying to help me amongst all the pressure. So I'm doing these episodes because of my disability and the ignorance and the sin in the systems, not just in the doctors, not just in myself, to react badly or not be able to articulate what I'm saying. So it gives Satan a hand, it gives confusion a hand, it gives fear a hand, a panic, and people are all chopped up in the pressure. And I've always been considerate and an advocate of GPs, any GP, you know, they have my full admiration. You know, it's a real area of, you know, need, which has got probably one of the greatest responsibilities on their shoulders. It is a full-time practice, it's a life. So why I'm doing these episodes, because I have to regurgitate and articulate because of a component that's not working. This doesn't mean I'm an idiot, or I'm paranoid, or I'm delusional, or I don't tell the truth, I don't know between right and wrong. And also, I know who the enemy is and what the enemy is and where it comes from, and all the intricacies in human weakness and omission, but also deliberate manipulation. So it's a very fine thing to rake through, and I just haven't got the brain to be 100% accurate. I don't know. I'm in the dark like everyone else. But the backlash is because of misunderstanding of the outside, of my perspective and my wounding, what I have to go through and why I react the way I do sometimes. And not that I react bad all the time, I only react bad when I get so frustrated to a point you just can't manage it. It's just overbearing. So the idea is to try and articulate, and all in the heart of that is to help people, share with people, share the gospel, leave myself open for people to see, well, is this guy really deluded? You know, it's like overcoming a fear, because when you're wounded you don't want potentially like the whole world looking at you. I don't know who's going to view these videos, whether they're bad people or whether they're honest people. You know, you don't know who's hiding at the back, or what judgments are being made, or what I'm up against. You know, I can't articulate what I've experienced, so I have to put it in episodes. So I praying about this, and I thought, oh, this is perfect timing, because I've got a few things to wrap up from the previous episode, which is a journal as I'm going through this. Another experience I've been through countless times before, so I thought, right, I don't know what the Lord's doing, I'm living by faith, I'm not driving here, I'm going in the dark, but everything I've learned and repeated, not only regurgitated, and I'm going to give some insight into regurgitation. And but anyway, I want to try and clarify as this goes along, like as I've done the last one, I'm thinking, oh, I missed that, and then I can expound on that. Oh, and then that's helping me put it all together like a whole person, like a whole brain, because we all know a child, in the environment it grows in, even in the womb, even what's in the hearts of the parents has an effect on that life. I just want to clarify a mistake or an omission in my previous video, I think it was, or perhaps the one before, which was inheritance, about seeds, and the environment will change the inheritance. That was half accurate. You can't admit that the inheritance is in the genetics. So even if you've when you I have to skip all over the place, but it will make sense if people are patient enough to examine the whole cycle. You'll see the wisdom, and you'll see the Lord's hand in my life, and how impossible it is for someone like me to survive in the world and be completely ignored and trampled over by everybody. You know, you wouldn't believe it, and I'm not complaining, but I'm just trying to edify people, reach people in the same boat, you know what I'm talking about. You know, there's people who fall down the cracks and just get, you know, the government never change their records, even if they're wrong. The doctors won't change their records, even if there's a mistake on it. And there are always exceptions, but there's always pressures for them. Their hands are tied. I don't know, I haven't got the full knowledge. But, so the mistake on the inheritance is that the inheritance in the genetics, so say like you breed, when you breed, you know, there's different types of plants. Some plants do it all themselves, so you have to get two of the same plants and then swap the pollens over. So, or two different varieties, you swap the pollens over for a hybrid, or two of the same variety. Perhaps, so let's say they're the same variety of flower and they self-pollinate, and you've got the most strongest two, and you breed them together, and then out of all the next seeds, and you get the weak ones amongst the strongest ones that stand out. You know, you think, oh, I'll breed the big ones, okay? So you get the big ones and breed them, and you're hoping to get hybrid vigour, so it increases each time you're breeding that mass in. Well, you can do the same with the weaker ones, and you can do a half weak one and put it with the bigger one, and you'll get different results, and you can measure those results. But here's the thing, even if you get the runty ones, and then you don't breed the big ones, you just breed the runty ones, and then their children, and then you do the runtiest ones again, and then then it's getting too weak where it becomes, you know, it's not going to be able to survive going any further, so you stop there, go back to that generation, and get the strongest, the generation before that, and do a replica seeding of that same generation, and then you get the healthiest ones, and then they have children, so you've got a different batch. But in every single one contains the record on the other end of the DNA of the biggest one, okay? So that's what genetics is like. So like a handicapped couple had children, you know, the first child could be like their parents were, or without the abnormalities, or if their parents were a bit handicapped and they were a little bit more handicapped, one of those children could go back to a relative before the anomaly was in the gene, or it was always there. I don't know, I'm not an expert on human genetics. I just know the principles of the Y and the X, and the predominant one, which is the Y. This is why I don't trust the marker of the Jewish measuring which is Jew, because the mother's side is the inheritance of the mother's father. So you can get you can trace it back if all those fathers are Jewish. But with the Y, every son has got that Y marker in them, and they've got the whole Jewish link. It has to be lawful. But with the X and the Y, so if you had a lineage on the mum's side, they're all Jews, you can only test if they're all Jews if you had the Y marker, because that's the one with the record in it. So you could say, oh look, we never ever, you know, we were scattered around the world, but we never mixed with anyone that weren't our kind, but we didn't know that. So, because they were strangers and scattered thin perhaps, so perhaps some people lost track of themselves and then married, but they were marrying of their own kind. You know, that one, I'm just, you know, considering that as a possibility. So, yeah, I wanted to put that in, and I also wanted to clarify, all my trying to think. I don't resent the GP surgery, so but I don't want to. There's a backlash coming where potentially my character, because I've reported what I've experienced to an MP just to put someone's eyes on it and the law to look at it. And I try not to be negative because I always think, oh, this is a waste of time. And I thought, well, I'm just going to bring it to attention for my own safety, but not just my safety, but for what I've witnessed. I can't not warn people, and I can't not warn the authorities of what's going on. But if they don't take any notice and they're compromised and they want to clam it down for any reason, so because there's such a divide between one end and the other, and there's going to be no real considerations made, and so I reported it to my MP. So and the first email I sent a link to one of these videos, but the trouble is I have this trouble articulating, and in the urgency it's difficult to, because you need to do, in the world, if you need to phone emergency, you need to do it now. You can't do anything, you've got to do it in the moment. So I try my best. And I know I don't need a shrink to understand what I suffer with. I just need the support. But when you go for the support, and this is what I want to clarify, GPs shouldn't be anything to do. Who's guilty here is the government. And I'll tell you what the gig is. The Department of Work and Pensions, or the civil service, they're vicious. And all these little designs are regimented, and you've got to go through this thing if you can't. It's down to you to prove that when you're claiming money, it's down to you to show that you're not lying, you're not taking advantage of taxpayers and being a sponge, and that's always what drives the policy. They treat everyone like that and they guard against it. And you've got to convince them in a way, but to convince them you need approval, right? So they push you, because they don't want to know, so they push you to go and seek help. Like all this mental health awareness, and they say, oh, go and seek help. Right, I bet that's a nightmare for doctors. And it's wrong. Doctors don't know where they're passing these people to, and they don't want to hear when it goes all wrong and you're being taken to idiots. They just come out, I don't want to be unkind to people and discredit their lives, their families' lives, or their intelligence. I'm just saying, I'm no better. I would have gone I was going the same way, and if I had the opportunity, I would have loved to have gone to university, become like a doctor or something like that, or even a nurse, or even a porter, anything. Or work as a carer, or that would have suited me, I think. But I had all my difficulties, and every different horses for different courses. Only God has tried on all our shoes individually and completely, and everyone else's. No one else could measure your boots. He's the only one he's the only standard shoe size, you see. And if you put your trust in people to try and put your shoes on, they're not bothered about you. Some people are, there's so many variables. Some people are more concerned about what their intellect and their opinion and their practice. When you go to a practice, it's the person that's practicing and what they're associating, what their history is and their involvement, their education, their life experience. And if they haven't been through it, and it's out of a book, and it's out of they're trusting in other people's experience and what is said and what is learned and what is passed on. But it's what's not passed on is the problem, and you're treated with this disconnect, and you can go there, and before you've like had a chance to say, look, I don't need, this is what I need, they've diagnosed you and put you on a package or a medication, or they've asserted that this is it, and then that record, that's done, that's written and sent to your doctors, and you go, that's rubbish. I got a phone call to say about this medication. Now the doctor's too busy to know every individual's day-to-day or even their medical appointments. I couldn't imagine how many people go through those books and see they're right there, and then the workload's doubled. So how are they supposed to deal with mental health and the needs of the local community, the biological needs? That's what they are. Keep the mental health away from those people and stop throwing them like on your television. This is where it comes from, to ruin them, to undermine them so they can crush the NHS, and it'd be in private hands, it'd be all in one packet. And you'll have the trouble I had. When you got a problem, there's no door, because they're all upstairs and it's sealed off, and they all pop in and out when they want. It's like psychiatry, it's like a tank, and they all stand in their little boxes, and they come into the clinical tank, they come out of the clinical tank, and you're left there until they want you, and you're sitting there in the tank with all the puke around you, and poorly people want a bit of space and a convalescence. No, you got all people's lives all it's like EastEnders, and you're like, it's not every place has got the care. Some are really cold and others are really hands-on, and they, it's a bit more friendly. But other places it's just like abandoned, and then they pop in and out. I have been to these places, not just in one job but in several jobs. I've had to go through lots of secure hospitals and get cleared, and then get someone to take me through the places, and you're having a look around, and you get to look in different places, and you meet people who also have worked in places like that, and they tell you the horrors. And the people I work for, that's what made them go private, the good part of their motive that went a bit sour, or there's conflict in the motives and it got spoiled, so it's separated to sustain it and look after it and preserve it rather than crash it into the ground the way it was going, the contradiction and the conflict in the partnership. And it has a horrible effect all the way through not only the staff and the people that you're caring for, which is supposed to be their home and their personal independence. So I wanted to clear up and explain why I'm articulating this, in case it comes under any scrutiny, and I can articulate the difficulty I have, and I wanted to clear up the good side of my doctor, so I'm not always in a bias, because I'm so I regurgitate, there's so much that's been unresolved and ignored, and the people, they can't even see their own problem, they can't see over themselves, they can't see past their noses, because doctors are swamped. You imagine you got your to do it in the first place, to go through university and all that stuff, all the ups and downs, and within your own family, your parents and everything, what you go through. Then you're qualified, all the training, and then your experience. Then you get your first practice and perhaps get some experience, and then you become a senior and a bit more of a veteran on the front line, and then you get your confidence, and then you suddenly get a bit more responsibility, and then the wind changes in in the world, and then suddenly your practice is under the water, and you're trying to keep up your, you don't want to get your livelihood and your heart and your practice smashed. So you toe the line. You haven't got a choice. You can't. You haven't got enough minutes in the day to do anything, and then you've got your own family to think about or have, and then you've got potentially. If you think if you got 60 just had 60 patients, right, and say they all become sick on the same day and a few of those are emergencies, that could break a practice. Although that's pretty high odds. If you imagine like a couple of thousand per GP, and they're all got petty complaints just generally every day, and so they harden up the doors and they put these sharp secretaries on, and then there's a firewall, you can't really, and you're treated, it's like the Department of Work and Pensions and the government, they treat everyone as the general majority as slop. So everyone has to get that treatment because they want to stop it. So you're treated like, oh, you don't understand, you're inconsiderate, you're late, you let us down. But that's what they do suffer through all the fatness and the spoiltness of the TV brats and the people who get, filled with all those. I'm no better. I was the same. I have that selfish, indulgent nature in lots of areas, in excitement, adrenaline. I was prone to lots of addictions, drugs, alcohol, anything lusty, anything pleasurable, excitement, thrills, just a junkie really. But it takes its toll, and then it takes its toll on society. That's why these things are, that's what I always have this argument about the Drugs Misuse Act, and my argument is for like soft drugs never to be made legal, because it won't, the only reason they want, there's a cry to make them legal, first cannabis users will sell their grands. There's a majority of people, they're all out for that one thing, and if you're not in that kind of mentality, you can, and I've seen it. I've been around it. It's right across the board. It's not about, they don't care about anyone but themselves and their cannabis. And that is really, and if people are honest, they'd admit that to themselves, because it overtakes the priority. I've seen people borrowing money for a bit of weed and ringing around. It's like, the first thing is you don't want to associate with people. They don't even consider who controls it. I've seen behind that as well. They don't want to know. People don't want to know, because they don't know what, they're too indifferent, and it's all about what they want, because they're in that cycle, that sin cycle. I got caught in that sin cycle. And the only people that will benefit will be all the people who are ready to commercialise it and use it for wrong, and that'll have a whole effect on vulnerable minds. I was saying in the beginning of this, minds are sensitive, environments are sensitive, and what the parents is in their hearts. If one mother's having an affair with another bloke and got her eye on a better prize, and the guy's a bit of a love struck, you think what it's like to be incubated in that mix, and you think, oh, it doesn't know anything like that. How do you know what it knows? Life is code, living code, and then it's biological living code. So if you've got an adulterous heart, your child's going to be an adulterer, because he's going to be exactly like you, and then it's going to be in his environment. So it's not only in his DNA or the child's DNA, it's in the parents. And that's one of the problems today, is infidelity. Anything goes. You can have as many partners as you like. It just completely spoils it. And that's what, when I was growing up, I thought, oh, was that it? You know, it's spoiled. It's just sick. And then it's a pit, it's a minefield. You know, and children are raised with no clue, and they walk in, they think anything goes, and then they end up with all these diseases, and they end up in their 30s, you know, regular appointments for venereal diseases and checkups and medicines, and then that's another problem on the NHS. These are really, they are self-inflicted, but a lot of these people are victims. So, you know, the state has a responsibility to look after the fallout of these victims, but they never do anything to resolve the problem. All the gunge on the telly and all the breakdown of morality, and anything goes, and the selfishness that gets its own way. And that's what causes mental illness, because children are sensitive in the womb, in their environments, what's around them outside in the world, what's being cried out in the street, what they see on the telly. You think of a puppet, every dog and cat you get from a pet shop or anywhere, they're always, you take them away from their mother, they're traumatised. It's a traumatising experience, and it comes out in their personalities. You'll have one cat that's really strong, the other one runs around like he's had his paws shut in the door or something, and he's flitty and he darts around. Our neighbour's cats were like that. One was very nervous and the other one was nervous but a bit more bolder. The other one was spooked all the time, permanently spooked. And I wondered what had happened to it. So things are sensitive, but I want to get back on point about my GP. I can't fault that. I don't know other people's, and I think personality shouldn't really make a difference, but sometimes people lacking under pressure, their people skills might wane. Well, they might not consider, perhaps someone's insensitive in an area and it will aggravate. So, you know, it's a minefield for doctors because they go by faith as well. They got a and there's time pressures and all these pressures, so there's not really, it affects the quality of care. You know, it must do. You know, if the parents don't put their attention into their children, you're going to get wild, bad results. Well, there might be strong genes, you might have, you know, born quite confident, but it's going to affect the environment, and the seed is so sensitive. But my doctor was, you know, had some positive experiences, and I can't speak for the motive of the experience I had with my doctor. I don't know. It's sort of like I can't answer. I haven't got the answer. But my concern is I'm aware of these. I'll give you an example, and they go, it's the same people that, or it's the same MO that the Jews experience. Now, I'm going to say a really horrible word, which would, you know, it's a sensitive word because it opens up, it's a trigger word for certain people, well, for the Jewish people, because it's absolutely disgusting, but also the modus operandi that is used upon the Jewish seed. Like somebody throws a stone through the window and then, you know, like from behind holds the Jewish person's hand up and frames them for the crime, you know. That kind of mentality. This is what the sort of people we deal with. Well, the sort of people I've come up against. And I can't say if it's the same people that persecute the Jews and every other group that persecutes the Jews, because of the effects of that attitude and spirit. But the word is Holocaust, which means burnt offering, which is absolutely disgusting, paganistic. No, this is this is where you got to have knowledge. It's a burnt sacrificial offering. Okay, right? The Jews don't do that sort of thing. Now there may be Jews that it's I can't speak for everyone, but it's not their MO, because you only have to have a bit of experience with either meeting or seeing live videos and real people sharing their life experience, and meeting people and hearing of people who've come up in those families in all different areas and different Ashkenazi Jews and all the different sects or the different like Orthodox, and some are more liberal, some are secular, some there's a whole variety of family backgrounds. And then when you get an insight into these people that are Jews that we see in the world and that are in Israel, Jerusalem, and I've never been to Jerusalem, so I can't say what the diversity of all the different areas and the concentrates and in all the different places, are there Jews in the Arab section? Are there? I don't know. I'm not had that insight and experience to be around there. I expect you'd have to go quite a few times to get a good idea of the communities and the every day-to-day moods and relationships between the different, and the variation of differences in relationships, how people view one another. But this enemy, this common enemy, it does exist, and this is where the game is going to be played with the backlash. We'll be trying to deal this in secret. That's why I'm openly doing this, just to say that publicly that I have notified several things. I've got other options, just to really, I want to bring this to attention and get it scuppered. But I know it's going to be a media brush over kind of thing, because it's going to be too much of a hot potato. So, but at least I've got to do this so I can share my reasoning, be honest about my thoughts and why. If they say, oh, he's a nervous breakdown, he needs sectioning, because that's the sort of thing they play. And then when I am sectioned through the authorities, I won't be going into a public place, I'll be going into their hands. This is how they manoeuvre and manipulate with their officers, you see. They set you up into a sting, a net. So it's catchy, slowly, catchy monkey, slowly. But they don't realise that I'm going to bag them. And they haven't considered that. They go, no, they don't know how. Well, I don't know how, but I know what's true, and I know the Lord, and I know how the Lord works. Now, he might deliver me over into your hands. That doesn't mean you're going to keep me there. So I'm saying this as a public witness, because everyone's got a responsibility, because I'm sharing, or trying to share, with the learning difficulty, and it's all centred around this relationship between the person in need with the difficulty, trying to get advocacy from the GP. Your GP's trying to help you, so she's got a limited options where to place you, and every one of those options break down. And then you're back to that place, and then she's like, pressured, and you tell her, look, I'm getting hammered here, and look, I don't want to deal with it. You go, that's a waste of time. Oh, that was good. That really helped me. So, I can't fault my GP in that area. And she did help me. She did put her head on the block to protect me from these people, but she didn't see what I saw, and I only had 10 or 15 minutes to trying to explain. So you imagine how you're trying to anxiously, they're dunking me, these people are cruel. And then people go, oh, you can imagine it. Well, people aren't in my shoes. These armchair critics who try and brush your life away quickly to justify there's nothing wrong. You know, all these voices need to be questioned, put on the spotlight, and then to see what, did they have a just reason for saying anything? Was it contributing to anything? And did it dismiss any truth in the whole matter? It's just, oh, nothing's important. Your life ain't important. You're imagining it. You need help. You're mental. You know, I've had it all. And these people are clueless. And they wouldn't stop and help you in the street if you needed them, but you would. You'd go out your way if you saw them in trouble. And they don't appreciate it, but they're victims of circumstance and life, because they're sinners, reprobates. And that's what all the world is, a sinful reprobate mass. There's just more the righteous. There is some righteous people to people who conscientiously keep the law and do the right as best as they can, but they're sinners. And only God is righteous, and only those who are saved have God's righteousness. But it's not our righteousness, it's His righteousness. And we live in and grow in that righteousness. So I wanted to clarify just those points, but getting back to I just had this, I'm going to put all these on a playlist, so all the episodes are in one go. You know, I don't know how many people will, you know, every time I put it in a logical thing so people understand that, you know, I know they're long, but if you're not interested, you're not interested. But if you were to go through it, you'll walk with it, and then you'll see the difficulties and the troubles and the ups and downs I'm having and the conflict. Sometimes I get caught up. But it's all a growing experience. So that's why I thought because I've been like overexerting myself with my dad, it become a bit of an extreme uneven yoke. Plus I'm fatigued and injured from my car accident nearly 6 years ago. Then my mum with palliative care, that was 24 hours, it was just me. And I don't want to meddle or, praise or anything, but doing that with an injury that I hadn't been treated for, and I'm carrying all this trauma. Then my mum dies and I realise the memory comes back, and then I've got to deal with that, and that was impossible. That really nearly blew me out of my mind. And then I had all this adversity exploiting that, trying to keep me in that state. People coming out of the woodwork to think I'm like they owned me, I'm their project, and they're like camped about, and I saw them, I've met them, I've seen them. And these people try and justify it away so it doesn't come to the public attention. So people have to make up their own mind. Am I delusional? I don't see all things, I don't understand all things. Like with my the doctor that registered me, I don't understand what her reaction is. I don't understand if she's involved in anything nefarious. Was it just a negative reaction? An impulsive reaction on trying to protect her, because they haven't got a clear picture and they haven't got the time to listen. But that's not my fault, and that's the government pushing the problem to a dead end. So you're pushing these vulnerable people to dead end avenues, and they get chewed up in it's like this is a horrible expression, but it's just perfect. I used to do work on the local council and do all the council estates, cut all the grass and all the verges and all. Not only did I do the nice areas and the roundabouts, I used to have a couple of wheelbarrows and streamers and that, and you go out in the summer and then you do these little flat lawns and stuff, and there's dogs mess everywhere, and you hit it with your lawnmower, it just obliterates it, just like goes to paste. Or if you hit a hard bit and it flicks up in the air, and I flicked a bit in a window once, hit the net curtain. I thought, oh no, do I retrieve it? Do I let them know? And I didn't, because I was lazy as anything. I thought, no. Chuckling to myself, thinking, oh no. But it was rock hard. It's probably sterile, because it had been in this baking hot sun, so the blade hit it and it went up, done a lob it into the thing. But it's disgusting. It goes everywhere. And that's kind of like what it is, sending these vulnerable people into some services where there's not the support. I can't speak for every single avenue of care, and I wouldn't want to dismiss any kindness or goodness that people have received. That's why I'm trying to remedy speaking on the negative too much. But when you're constantly up against it, and that's all you can speak about. And then all the good experiences, which you know, but the people who listen to you ranting or regurgitating, don't know. But what they don't understand is the symptoms of post-traumatic stress and wounding, and then the constant aggravation and omission of any help on top of that is crippling. It's impossible. It's torturous. And people are like, oh, just get on with it. It is unreal how blind people are to each and everyone's needs. Because nobody understands them. No one's a brain expert, no one's a person expert. But there are people that are gifted to learn, but without Christ, without the full standard, they can learn in wrong direction, and they can stunt. They may not progress any further. They might be practicing a technique that it's got a limit to it until somebody discovers a new method or something. So it slows down the progression if those people are not open to the wisdom and the knowledge and the reasoning and lawful way to receive help from the Almighty, who would increase anyone's understanding in any field of practice and care. You would prosper like the Jews prospered when they were blessed. It just overflowing, the larders fill, and they can they could feed the strangers. They're throwing away food and they're getting worried. Oh, what, we've got to make all these preserves because we just got too much now. You get up and going. Once you get up and going, you increase, and then you improve and learn and develop. You increase and increase, and you're fat. Look at the royal house. They're fat with hospitality. They must have an abundance because they support loads of organic farms. So they probably sent stuff and they give stuff to other people. I don't know the dynamics of the royal houses and all their staff houses and all their, but it must be massive. I think their grocery bill. So I wanted to just look on the positive side, because really that's the motive that people aren't seeing. Because I want to acknowledge. I don't want it punished really, because but then again, I want, if this other enemy which I was talking about, which I'll finish off now, about the Jews and these people, the Holocaust. So now with the blood libel and the conspiracy and false flag attacks, and they say, oh, it's the Jews, it's the Zionist Jews. Well, this is the enemy, this is the Jews' enemy, and this is who I am talking about, and they are a reality, and they are devils, and they're evil. They don't like it when you say no. If you ever score points with them, they will stamp all over you and your generations. That is the kind of mentality of a hot child who wants its own way, and he's in the corner and he's looking at you. You touch me, you touch my toys, and I will break you. that kind of hot and angry, how dare you stand in my way, that kind of spirit in them, deep down in the man. You know, these are brutes, like hard, you know, this is generational. And they play these machinations on governments, and they exist and they infiltrate. But it's hard to see when they're involved. It's just when you've been through patterns, you see the same involvement, and then you get a knowledge of their existence and their method, and then you just start to find where they've interjected, but how they do it, because they utilise education to create opponents, innocent opponents or naive opponents that have an effect, but they also can get within those roles themselves and play a part, be on the ground like an active piece on the plate, on their little diorama, and they're like living out of their reality among the public face on the ground. And they've got all their eyes and ears around, you see, and they sit in private and plot to make things happen, or to stop something, or to control something, and then the devil does that through the omission of doing what's right, and they know that, so they can exploit that as well with their devices and people and components. And they can use Freemasonry, they can use witch covens and criminal gangs, they can use drug dealers and their associations, and there's an intelligence network, and things are passed and things come back. It's like Top Cat, you know, Top Cat, he's the top cat, you know, and they're the top cat, and all the things are there, it's in them, and what's in them is also how they operate without them, like a little crew. They've all got their little talents and tools, and each one can do something. So all together they're like a skeleton key, and they can break into houses and climb up things and do more than they can do on their own. But it's iniquitous, it's demonic, it's pagan, so the pagan element, right? And this all points to the same place, you know, Freemasonry, the Illuminati, Jesuits, Rome. But all the public people and some of the priesthoods are the public naivety deceived people. So you would see they're the good people in the community of Roman Catholicism or Mormonism. And then you've got the inner dark bit, the controlling bit that has power in there and authority. And they're associated to other dark things in other components and establishments, so they can operate from behind the back and get in them and work through them. Like the devil, you know, like their father, the devil. And it interjects in people's care, and I've witnessed it, I've been blatantly lied to by several, you know, and that's controlled by the administration. And you can't just write these things off as though it never happened and carry on going, because that's covering up a conspiracy. That shows you guilty. You're letting it continue. You're letting it trample all over people. And then you dismiss the evidence. You try and play a media cycle to try and dumb it down. So this is why I'm placing this, just to share it for multiple reasons, but really to the glory of God in my life. And to reach somebody who's going through it, to perhaps get some light and measure it. I'm not, you know, I'm not perfect. I don't know all things, and I could make errors of judgment. It's a learning process, but all the things I talk about happen and do happen. You know, and I understand sometimes it's just bad practice or pressures of the world, but you got to look why are those pressures there, and why is the problem never dealt with. It just pace over it, and then you look and then you see it's the same people that interject, and there's my trauma, and then you see the pattern of trauma conditioning, and these people look like clinical evil people who experiment on people, and you're like a virtual pet, and they interrupt through these different avenues because they've got authority and influence. And if there's someone like my doctor in the way, there might be indirect things to influence her decisions about me or her views about me. And it could be the same anywhere, but if they have one of the components in the doctor seat, that's when you get the real direct vicious evilness. And those people can just not exist anymore, and it's down to you to prove it. But here's the dangers, you see. These people who do these things to children already know that they're unfit, or they could be, you know, if it weren't for Christ I would be unfit, and this is what they haven't considered, you see. This is why I get over it. I wouldn't get over this, I'd be drowning, I would have killed myself. No one could bear this. You know, and people have had to on a daily basis, because I'm not the only one. You know, they abuse people in their care system, social workers falsely confiscate children and abuse them in paedophile groups. And people think, no, they just wouldn't do that. Why haven't the authorities got it? Well, the authorities are being compromised by this same evil to blackmail people that can clamp down on it. So when it gets out of breaks, they've got a method of shutting it down and then shutting up anyone who speaks about it with their little community wasps that come out and sting you, threaten you indirectly on your web pages or in your email or in your Facebook, or just troll you or spread rumours about you, or say things aren't true to discredit you. And if you haven't touched it and not experienced it, you know, how do you know it's not going on? And people, like, I understand people are frightened it's too fearful, it's too much to take on. Well, it'd be too much not to take on, and you'll be liberated and alive when you accept that the knowledge is what I'm saying is true. I might not be perfectly accurate, but I'm not talking rubbish. I've showed you my reasoning. Oh, it could be this. Oh, it could be that. And it really could be that. And it really could be this. And it really could be that. It wouldn't be that, because that's just stupid and fantasy. That's delusion. No, this is a potential reality. And because I've got the continuity of the practice throughout my life, you know, I know that, you know, it's not all just bad practice and the omission of doing what's right and the moving of Satan in that vacuum of neglect, which causes you more injury. See, it wounds you, and then you react bad to it. You just like negatively view it as rubbish, all of it. But you know, you miss the potential of it, rather than, you know, what it is and why it's become like it is. So I wanted to put this out in the defence of GPs, really, and the media. You know, the daytime morning stuff. They're promoting the same trash as well. I know. They have these people on the shows, I know, what would you say if somebody had anxiety or panic attack? Oh, you should get to your doctor straight away and have an open line. And you don't see the fallout afterwards. Is there follow-up? Does that doctor go and check how you're doing and follow their progress all the way through their lives? You can't expect it, but if you can't give it, you should say. See, if I was a GP, I'd say, look, no offence, not taking any mental health patients, I've got enough, I'm a clinical doctor. It's down to the government to provide the appropriate avenues and services for these needs. No, the government's always treated mental health as weak, and we want to get rid of them, because that's what's behind it all. You know, it's not Christianity and love and everyone's worthy in life. They all use that in their lip service and they talk it a lot, but when you've tasted the fruit, there's no substance to anything. It's just soap bubbles. It's sick. It's a perpetual sick flowing over the toilet seat. It's just like coming out the sewers and overflowing and you just want to step back from it. Or get out of this toilet, I'm going to start adding my stick to it. I think I'll hold it down, and that means I've wasted all that food and energy that I desperately need. Looking at all that chunk. So I wanted to clear that up, and I want to expound on some of my previous things, which was why I regurgitated, which I've covered. Yeah, when you're wounded. Now, I caught I think he's a New York, he lived in New York, and he had a fake Facebook page or something like that, or a blog, and he'd had an experience, I think, first-hand experience, where he regurgitated, and then he outgrew it, and then he was like acting as an authority on why people regurgitate. Now, what he was saying was true in some cases, but it wasn't. But it's very interesting what he was saying. He had quite great insight into what he was talking about, and it did make a lot of sense. And I piped in, "Oh, thank you, thank you, that's very interesting. I just stumbled on it. Thank you for that." I said, "I regurgitate, but it doesn't match my symptoms," I said, and I explained my reason was I have an unresolved wound, so I have to keep the frustration of repeating the same thing to the same deaf ears. "Thank you again, see ya." Didn't hear anything, but it was a lesson in my sort of, oh yeah, I regurgitate, yeah. And then I thought about it, that's why I regurgitate, it's not to do with that. But I think what he was saying was true, you see, but it wasn't the right cap for me. So I was weighing it up. And you might get these expert opinions to use one opinion against another person, which it may be true in some areas, but not necessarily. That's why a mental health person you need to sit down with them completely, and you need that time, all the time. And but you're robbing them of a relationship in Christ. They could go and have that with the Lord. They don't need a person. And if you don't understand that, and if a person did come to you, how are you going to help them if you don't have that understanding that they need the Lord to do it? So if you can't walk them through it, you're robbing the Lord and doing it your own way, and then you're praying to the Lord to help you. You might be in error. You might not have considered that. And then that'll stunt them, they'll be dependent on you, and they'll be waiting for the result, gabbling towards you, and you go, "Oh, I've done it, I've had this guy for ages, I'm getting sick of him. You got to go out now and look after yourself, you're a big boy, bye." That kind of thing, because you're human, you can't rely on the flesh. And that's why I have a problem with pastors who have a title pastor and have a load of dependency. And then they justify it with scripture, but they overlook 1 Timothy, and then they fight you on it, and they challenge you and make you doubt and think, well, are you approved? Let me just double check this, and you come back with another rebuff. Well, have you considered this one? And then you're assaulted personally, or it's made out that you're the offence, and then you just go, well, I've done what I can. And then you reevaluate the whole thing, and you learn from it, and then you're built upon, you're strengthened for any other engagement like that again. Last time you got 2 bullets off, next one it'll be 3 in one. You won't be going back. You'll just do it in one shot, but it'll be 3 bullets in that shot. So you don't have to reply the second time. Just leave it. And it makes me frustrated why people don't And then you think that they're wolves in sheep's clothing. They're just pretending to be Christian so they can have people around them to gratify them with their ego. This is what Freemasonry is. Come to me, the God, and I'll fix you, and I'll elevate you up to my level, and then we'll be fellow gods. That's what Freemasonry is. That's what Mormonism is. That's what Roman Catholicism is. In the core, in the priesthood. And the priesthood feed the flocks in their own image, which is not biblical, because you're robbing Christ. Christ is the head, and he gives the increase to the whole body. He spreads it all out fairly. We all are edified together, although we don't know each other, and we're all learning different life experiences, but we're all increasing at the same level. We don't know that. We're told that. We don't see that. We see it when we speak to, when we're close to people successively, and you grow with them and you stay with them, and you think, oh, there must be other people like that then, so that reinforces that's what the Lord's word says. And of course you don't doubt it, and then you can distinguish between the leaven and the unleavened, the concise, the concision. All the people think they're the experts compared to those who don't know anything, and the Lord makes them wise, sober and just, and can run a home, could run a school, could run a hotel, could go in there, put all the staff in there and go away. Just pop in to see it, pick them up if they're like struggling. You put the right people in a place, they're quite capable of doing it. But if you've learned all the principles from the ground up, what the needs are, what the requirements are, the discipline, the order of it, and then once you've done that in practice on a small scale, you can scale it up. I'm not saying you just qualify to go and do something like that. You just cause a load of damage, but potentially you can. You got it in your toolbox to develop in that direction if you so choose. Like the Lord said, if you can govern your tongue, you're a master. But if you can govern your home in order and keep it running smoothly and with peace and love in your home, and deal with all the hitches and the battles and the buffetings around you, and you're consistent, if you can do that, you can run something bigger. You could run the whole street. So you had a load of dependent people that needed your example, and they're a bit green because they're like a bit lacking in life experiences, and they didn't have the upbringing you had. They didn't have the parent models, and you see a load of people struggling. You could just, there's always someone in the community that's like that take someone under the wing and help them get them on their feet, and then they'll either stay friends, but they'll never not be friends, but it doesn't mean that they're always dependent. It's like teach a man to fish principle. It's the love which has the increase. It's not the person doing the works that gives the increase. It's the motive why you do things. So that's what I was hoping to do, this motive, for the confusion really in the doctors, but whether they hear it or ever get to listen to it, or I don't know, but I'm putting it on the list so it's there as what I've experienced, as honest as I can articulate it. So I share that enemy with the Jews, and I believe that is directly or the influence from certain practices in the Roman Catholic Church. I'm not saying it's the Pope, I don't know. I'm not saying it's the everyday people in the Catholic Church. I'm saying the dark heart in it, the dark arts in it, the black arts, the pagan, the burnt sacrifice of burning people, terrorising their lives, justify, and then putting the stick on the Christians for doing that to the Jews. This is the machination, this is the awful foul play of playing people's ignorance, naivety and vulnerability. And the Jews get shoved and slapped. And I'm not saying they're without sin, and there's not people in the do things, and there's not successful Jews who are wealthy, but that's not a blanket, that's just stupid to say that every Jew's the same, or every black person's the same, or every mental illness person's the same, every doctor's the same, or every politician's the same. It's the overall impression of the whole lot, and if that impression is bias, it creates bigger bias, and the people who take root in that bias are worse than the people that are planting the bias in the first place. And it creates problems in every wake of those people's lives. And I've been under that trauma hand, but I can't pinpoint the anomalies and the synchronicities, but I know that hand exists, and it follows along. I've seen physical components of it. I've been on the end of the physical instruments that they use, that they're on the end of, and I'm on the other end. There is a relationship. I get all the sounds 24 hours a day, but no one can, it's dismissed like that, dismissed. No, it's not happening. Because people are in denial, they're in indifference, they don't know if you're telling them the truth. Oh quick, you better move out of the way, there's a murderous mob coming up the road. And you're shaking and all terrified and anxious and spitting it out, and they go, calm down, I'm really concerned about you. Yeah, there's a mob coming, I'd get out of here, see ya. And they go, did it, was that real, was that true? Where was I? What's on the telly? Nutter, probably paranoid, probably had too much weed. And then you're trodden up by the mob. What's that noise out there? Smack. And that's what I'm trying to bring to the good people's attention, and the judgment that, it's a consequence of sin. And that sin brings about consequence and eventually death and decay. That's the reason why we die, because of sin, because the mission of God, the absence of that purity and that ability to eternally sustain itself. That's life. It's all in the Garden of Eden, the balance, the perfect harmony. Then sin, tip. Darwinism comes out, justifying Darwinism, because they dismiss God out of the picture, so they're measuring from that standard what it is, not why it's like that, but from what it is and what it's become. They come up with all these diverse theories. It's like experts on the painting. One painting, you'll probably find a diverse myriad of different interpretations. And they're all experts, but none of them are correct one another, because they're all getting lovely little cosy fluffy feathers in their caps and respect for their expert waffleification. But yeah, the artist was trying to show his the humility of the you go, how do you know? You might have been drunk, you might have been wanting a few quid, thought, I learned that talent from that French guy, just get this down. How did he show me again? Oh yeah, trace the picture. Yeah, do that. Use that. Slap it on and build it up. Yeah. That technique works. It looks really effective. Oh, what if I can get enough money to get a crate or a hogshead, or a barrel of brandy or whatever. Nobody knows what was in that person, unless they tell the artist, this is what moved me to, this is what I was going through at the time, this is what I just experienced in my heart, this is what, or I didn't know it, I just drew the picture, I didn't know it meant anything, it's just a copy, it's just a picture. It's ridiculous, and you can get all this waffle, all this hybrid of diverse, it's like religion. It's like popular brands. It's like, diverse ways people run schools, A lot of good in diversity, in variety, and there's also a lot of vanity and misunderstanding and vain ambition, pride, arrogance, domination, inconsideration, the omission of starting on first base and then going forward in that heart and that approach to not only to what you do but to everyone, to the way you interact with people. So you got something to help you correct your footsteps, and that's what I'm trying to do, put a model, polish it up a bit in my own, by through what I go through and learn. So I'm going to round off. The scripture come to mind for today, I think, is that there's take one day at a time, and because there's enough evil in the day to, this is what the Lord said, there's enough evil in the day to be concerned with for now. Don't worry about the evil tomorrow. Just try, and then consider the lilies. They don't flap around, toss and toil. They just rest in the creation, and the Lord is sovereign, in control. So I just wanted to articulate on something I learned previously from the last talk I done, and I forgot what it was. I'll just start on what I've covered. I'm just going to stick to one point now, and that's the components of what I've just articulated of the enemy and all the mechanisms and what the pressure GPs are under, the bit of the service and the civil service, and mental illness and vulnerable people and isolated people who can potentially be kept in isolation, traumatised because it's a clinical practice, and these people are those kind of clinical qualifications, and they influence psychiatry and the education of psychiatry. So these people have a vast knowledge base of all areas. They have think tanks and things like that, and utilise them. Plotters and planners, guileful. This is what guileful means. Scheming. And their schemes are on a world scale. These are world scammers. These are big players. And we can't comprehend these big players because we're so belittled by the scale of life and the world. So I want to try and adjust the odds. But these people exist, and they've historically existed. They've not gone away. And I want to highlight that danger and then highlight that involvement in my own life. The trauma conditioning, how they can shut you off from getting services. That's what I've just been through, and that's what I'm trying to articulate. In case somebody says you're a nut, and I say, well, did you listen to my whole you need to listen to my whole playlist before you make a judgment. And if you don't like my Lord Jesus, well, you're just going to have to suck through it if you really are concerned for me. If not, I'll go to the next step in the law and I'll keep banging until I get it acknowledged, and then you can deal with it lawfully. And if you're in bed with him and you're playing the role, and that's what you discover at the top, well, then you need to expose it and get the problem off my back and share the problem with the public so they can make up their minds how they're going to deal with it. Get the ball rolling. But my hope is that it will be dealt with appropriately. There'll be no panic, bloodshed, or any problems whatsoever. And that my doctor, because I think my doctor was made a scapegoat, and I had a negative reaction but I was in my right mind because of her negative reaction in that moment. And I don't know if this GP has any involvement in this kind of practice, or she was utilised by people who do in the hospital who were involved. I get it more in the hospital And that's what's terrifying, when your loved one's sat there and there's no one aware of these dangers. And we live in a Protestant country, and our enemy is potentially like the most advanced military organisation. They've got like agents, diseases, viruses, cancer agents. The Jesuits have got cancer agents, and they can put it on your food and it attack your pancreas, because they've made this thing that creates cancer. They've cultivated it into a virus, and they put that virus with another component for it to be taken into the bloodstream and to the targeted area where it will affect the most. So it's a designer drug, and it will give you bowel cancer or pancreatic cancer or something like that. So they can design the military have got them, CIA have got these drugs. I'm sure the British government are aware of them. I don't know if they've got them in their arsenal. But they'll be aware of these things, and they will deny it, you see, because it's active denial. Like when you're poorly treated, active denial. It's cold, hard and ice. It's lip service on the telly. You know, it's just like you're in a cold prison and there's no head at the top. So you have to appeal to the law, and people on the ground have to like make do with it. And that's what I'm trying to evoke, to make people aware of it, so they can start to look at it and stop the rot and like address it and bring it to the public's attention. And that will give the country a breather. You know, and that might win a load of souls. You can make a difference and get, you know, put some wind in the sails and repair the breach, bail out the sinking ship. You know that. But what's it to me? I'm going to heaven. So if I can, you know, make any sort of difference to anyone, share the gospel, the blessings and joy. And people may see that in my life, they may not, I don't know. I'm just sharing it because I am resting today, got this, and I want to do something for the Lord. So I'm just going to sit and relax, and because I don't want to burn out. And that's the trouble when you've like nurses face this, and doctors. They have a week off holiday and then they can't get back up because they're fatigued. And then it gets worse. Fatigue, you don't know how bad it is until it sets in. And then it throws you on the floor and you just can't even, you ain't got the energy to be ill. You ain't got the energy to get up. But I'm going to share this because this was shared by one of my Christian sisters I met. Lives in America, Cindy. And if I remember rightly, she had a car accident and left in chronic pain, because I don't think all the nerves, possibly I don't know, but I think perhaps all the nerves were angry. So she was having this chronic pain, and that pain makes you tired because you're exhausted. If you're trying to, your concentration all the time takes energy. You need food to sleep. You need energy to sleep. You need protein and sugar and carbohydrates, to salt and fluids and all the nutrients to energise and for your body to function properly. You know, and all the trace minerals and the nutrients you need, and vitamins and the right materials, the appropriate quantities. I'm not that precise. I'm a slob when it comes to food. I'm just forced to make so many compromises. I think, well, I bother trying to, sometimes I'm just grateful to get some food in my mouth. Anyway, she was sharing her experience with chronic pain. I don't know if she was sharing an idea she'd learned, or it was actually her analogy that she thought up to help chronic pain. Her friends understand how frustration it is to be kept asking, are you alright, you alright? No, I'm not alright, I'm in pain every day. And it's a year ago since you last saw me, and every time you say, am I alright? And I just get a bit frustrated. I don't mean to be snappy, but I just want people to understand that I'm not alright, and And then to move on there with a friendship where you're not asking that silly question all the time. Oh, do you want to go out? What, do I have to repeat to you again? You know. Right, so this analogy is to help people understand what it's like. And there's so many different extremes. And so you could apply it to fatigue, you could apply it to chronic pain and fatigue, you could apply it to any disability that makes you tired, any medical condition that makes you tired. And so the average person, say like if you're depends on your sex and your responsibility within that sex and your relationship, whether you're single or with a partner. So there's so many different applications to it and circumstances as both extremes. But it's how much energy it costs you to stay on top with your responsibility in your house, work, family, yourself, your own needs, and everything you're committed to, right? How much energy. So if you think of like a job, say like running the Hoover around on a regular, on your disciplined routine if you got one, or any task, you go, how much does that cost me in energy wise? And you might, depending on the size, you could do it by any measure, but this person used spoons, like, so different size spoons, different quality spoons, like a wooden spoon or a silver spoon, or, you know, it depends how refined you want to be. But roughly how much is it going to, how many spoons, so you work out how much energy you've got for the day, and you might have a teaspoon, right, and you think, well, I've got to do this. Well, say you've got to 5 teaspoons, you can do 5 little things, and then you need to sit down and recover. And then you got to do another thing, otherwise your life's going to fall apart, so you've got to spend another spoon. And you get to your 5, you know your limit, but you don't stop there because you can't. But it helps you gauge, it helps you step back. You don't have to regularly do that every day, it's just a way of helping you evaluate exhausting yourself and further injuring yourself, to hold yourself back and realise your realistic limitations. So it's a way to explain people what it's like to live with that kind of disability and what your real needs are. Not what the DHS, Department of Work and Pensions, do with the tick box thing. Oh, you're alright. And they don't consider anything other than the silly questions they ask. And the people who are doing it are so stupid they can't see that it's a mock. It's a mock on people to get them off their benefits, you see, or get them on a merchandising scam that they're getting money from it. Oh, we've got to work these cripples. I mean, this is the attitude we're dealing. These are people who get into power in the civil service. That's the mentality of the human race, with the responsibility to do it, and then they get away with, and then it gets wild. And God sees it all, and He's going to burn it. He's going to burn it. He's going to chuck the match in, and I don't know when that is. So I'm just praying that I can do something for people to help themselves and escape. Those wonderful people to wake up, realise what a crock of crooked rubbish it is, circus. Set themselves free from it and let it get on with it. And if people want to live and deny it, well, they're welcome. You know, let them have their own way. I'm not, you know, I don't want to affect anyone else's choice. Don't want to force people. Don't want to say, oh, you're wrong for doing what you're doing. No, it's your choice. I respect your choice for doing what you want, but please respect mine. Don't attack me personally because you don't agree, and then accuse me that I'm attacking you because I don't agree. No, you're entitled to your free agency. I'd never rob anyone of their free choice or force them to believe something that I believe. You know, it's no good if they don't come to know themselves. What's the point? All I want to do is offer the opportunity for people to come to know for themselves. Then they could tell me if I'm wrong or not, but they can't. Because the Word tells me that I'm right, and I've got brothers and sisters who the Word tells them that they're right, and I've never met them, And this has been going on generationally since the time of the gospel. That Paul preached, that Christ commissioned Paul to share with the world. Repent, receive Jesus for the forgiveness of sins. Be washed in the blood of the Lamb, the sacrifice that ended the old ordinances of the Old Testament and brought in the glory and the love. The indwellingness of that love in the believer. The oil that never burnt out, that never needed refilling, it was always springing up into eternal life. And the light was permanently on in the lamp. It didn't need lighting, wouldn't blow out, didn't need refilling. The priest didn't have to do anything. He was resting. The high priest was redundant because Christ was the high priest. He offered himself as the lamb. And and Moses was the lawgiver, but Christ gave Moses the law, and Christ came along and fulfilled the law for the glory of God, the Father. And he glorified the Father as the Father was glorified in his work, his finished work on the cross. He's done for his Father's sake. And the Father sent him for our sakes because we're lost and sinful. And that's why he chose the Jews to teach them the way to come. But they rejected the way that came and that is and is to come. And he promised them that he would never forsake them, and so he's going to catch them on the last whip round. As he swings round the turn round the roundabout, he's going to snatch him in at the end, and that'll be it. For that episode, it'll be closed, and then it'll be the next episode, the eternal episode, God's kingdom, which the Lord has finished, and he's going to present it. He's going to present it by bringing it and showing his victory to the glory of God. And everyone's going to bend the knee and worship Christ forever. And we'll live happily ever after. It's not a fantasy. It's not made up by man. Man didn't make up God. Man makes up all these other gods and worships them because he wants to worship himself in his own religion. God's not a religion. He's a living, holy being. He's not created. And he's love. It's pure love, pure power, pure wisdom, pure glory, pure might, pure intelligence, pure understanding, purely good. So close there and reach out to people and offer this to pray the Lord uses this, and I pray for the world today, brothers and sisters, and I pray that people are safe, kept safe. The people outside in the street are really blessed, and they're really having successes, and they're protected from people attacking them or trying to trick them up. I pray for isolated people, vulnerable people, people who've forgotten. I pray people will be a bit more considerate to people that may be kept an eye on, checked up on, because if they haven't seen them for a while, And there are a lot of good people like that everywhere. I'm not going to dismiss that. There's a lot of good people. I've met loads of good, wonderful people on the street, but everyone's really straining, and I can see people that are lost. And everyone's fed up, everyone's been deliberately put in the boat so they can cry, we're all in this together, this is what we need to do to get out of it. This scam. It's a scam. And I want to halt it. Well, not me, I'm hoping the Lord will halt it, and I can help be a component to do that. Not for my glory, not for my sake, but others' sake, and for the Lord's sake, because that's what he wants to do. He wants to save people, snatch them out of fire, snatch them out of themselves, snatch them and win them. And I can't do that. Only he can do that. I can only desire to do that and present my witness and testimony for the Lord to work through that. And I pray that he will work through that, and I trust he does work through that. And he has been, and he will do. and we will see his fruits through all of our lives of how we've all affected one another and the increases we got. So I want to encourage people to be bold and to be, don't try and get up and run and copy people, but you can learn following them, like children play in their parents' shoes and they learn to walk in them. You can kind of learn like that, but you've got to be careful not to try and imitate, but to learn from that imitation and have your footsteps corrected. Because everyone's a beginner, and you're always like that. You're always going to keep that close to you at the beginning, that you started off as a beginner, so you treat everyone else with the same fair chance. And you can lose sight of that. I do. I just follow what I was influenced by and how other people do things, and I try it and think, no, that's not right, that's not me, that's not quite. There's something to learn here, and I'm going to learn to do it with the spirit, and then grow in the spirit in that area. So I want to encourage, share the blessings I've had from being stuck in that mess, and the Lord to turn that around. I can't pronounce a word. His atonement, his redeeming, his putting it right, making good of that which is injured, making good those handicaps, those disabilities, those lives that are not lacking in character or personality in any way, or intelligence in any way. Every intelligence is in any group can be all. That intelligence can be shared among them, and they could all learn from one another, and you can bring people up to an understanding of what you understand if you've got the patience and the environment. But the Lord can turn any bad situation around if you trust him into a good experience, which can have a positive effect and create another good experience. And it's the same with the negative way around. You can be having a negative experience, and the things you're around, you have a negative impact, and then it increases that way, it grows bad, and then there's another, the straight and narrow, it grows good, or a good choice will bring about a good result. And there's some people that black, white, 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 black, 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 white, but to do good, but with the little errors, but you're not going off course, you're sticking on a straight line. That straight line's already done for you, so you learn from the master, you don't learn from your own intellect. You're corrected by the corrector, who's the Father, the Lord, because he's atoned for you, and the Holy Spirit, which helps you understand what's going on with you. But you go by faith, you don't have a complete knowledge, don't know. You're not privy to your father's details, you don't know anything about your dad when he goes out into work. Not everything, unless he tells you. My dad couldn't tell me what he'd done, he could only give me an outline of roughly because of his oath to the Official Secrets Act, but occasionally he'd probably slip things he didn't mean to. But there wasn't anything really negative that it's just an emergency precaution. It's a blanket thing for the whole MOD, because it's a war office. It's a standby thing it's the security of the country. So everything's got to have the same discipline, but that can be exploited. That compartmentalised power from the top. You hear of the intelligence bodies getting infiltrated with double agents, and the last thing you want is a double head with double connections in that line, because then they can cause a lot of damage, and that can cripple the arm of itself to put it right. And no one may not be aware of it for years. So I'm going to close off there, and praying for my dad and people's loved ones and people in the world, my neighbours, my family. I pray that the Lord the Lord's word has free course. People good abounds rather than decay, rather than these horrible games that keep played out on the media. You know, why is that never addressed? Anyway, I've spoken enough, and I'm going to close this episode off and wish people all the best. With the invitation to fear God. You know, really, if you want to know God, just seek Him with all your heart. You don't need me. You just need someone to tell you what the truth is, so you can measure that yourself. You've got to find it out. The wisdom is in finding it yourself and receiving it yourself, because that's the foundation. That's a foundational principle of salvation. You've got to go under the limbo bar on your knees before you, and then receive what's on the other side of that. You've got to pass under that, and then you receive the gift. It's a free gift. It's not by what we do. We can't make ourselves righteous. Doesn't matter what we follow to model ourselves on and be a good example. Even if we just copy Jesus, that doesn't cut it. That's self-righteous as well, because you've not accepted what He's done for you. You need to receive it and get it. Have it stuffed in your belly, and then you've got it, and then you feed on it, and you can feed others on it, and then you can tell others you feed on it where to go and get it. Get the old lot. Get a bun and some milk. So anyone wants a bun and some milk, or some help, or some comfort, or some understanding, or any, what's the scripture? The Lord, sets the captive free. The prisoner, the widow, the isolated, the fatherless, those who are drossed by society. And always first and last is the Jew. Don't forget the Jews as people. I think society should start making amends and start considering to, be cautious with the games that play, but really cherish the actual knowledge of them. Don't necessarily cherish what they do and what they believe in, and worship them look up to them in an honest sense. Treat them like human beings with a rich inheritance, and leave it in God's hands to decide what fate the Jews have got. But stop being so biased about the conspirators, because it's the conspirators who are the antagonists, and they promote other antagonists, and those antagonists antagonising groups they're like fires, and they burn them. That's why it's so. And these people are generationally wounded. Even the people who never went through it don't realise that it's affecting them really badly. When black people say that they got this wound, the Windrush generation were exploited, the Indians are exploited, Indonesians are exploited, the Gurkhas were exploited. I've seen it in hospitals. The nurse I spoke to was a lovely, she would bend with whatever she's told. If she's in good influence people, I think this lady would have been really good and blossomed. And she has had that, and she is that. But if she was in a negative environment, she would be led astray, and she would, learn to be devious, because she's kind of like an innocent kind of thing. Not innocent, but not indifferent and naive about it. And she was told to lie through her teeth, and she went along with it. And and she was the one I could easily turn over when I said, right, take my phone number down, call the police. Oh, he is. And then she went, oh, he's here. So who asked that lady? This is what I want to add on as well. Who got her to? I'd like to know. I've got the date, so she could be traced. I don't want to put the poor woman under any pressure, because it sounds, for my input with her engagement, and going back to her at least, I think 3 times, but definitely twice. Once to start, because it was the ward, Then I get back, and then she discovered it was split in two. So she says. That's what she told me. But this is how they trip you up. They tell you lies and you repeat them, and they're not a reality. But I was told that G3 was in two halves. You know, so they can destroy your character, and you regurgitate what you've been told on the phone. I'm just being honest of what I was told. I was told there's two wards. I didn't see the other G3 when I visited the hospital. I only saw one G3, but I wasn't looking for the other G3. So there might not be two bits to it. And I was thinking, well, why is there two halves? Is there a convalescence half and an intensive care half? No, it's just one straight ward. So what? There's not two. I think there was a lie. So she was put there to lie when she was on duty. So was she put on duty that day on purpose because she could be handled? She would do what she was told by the people. She could be living with her boss under the wing, like a young Filipino. I know what Filipino girls are like, and how they are. You know, their fathers throw them out, and they send the money home for their parents. That's their family dynamic. They look out for one another, but the father will chuck his children out. But when they leave home, they always send money back to their loved ones. And in England, they want the good-hearted ones would want their daughters in a safe place. So they allow them to either, you got the negative side, the Thai brides and all that, and the same with Filipinos. And there's a culture, they're all out to get the next best husband because they're that vain. And then they get rich and they send their money home, and the parents are, quit in. But that's not a blanket thing all over. There's different people. So I'm wondering if this person, I'm just speculating, was under someone else's direction and influence, and they got her to lie. And they got her to say it's alright to lie because this person was on the back of a lie. This person is with security. This person's a threat to his father, and we need to keep him off the ward. You don't know what's been said about you to handle the circumstances like she was being handled. So that's why I'm saying this, because I want to document my experiences, because when you're going through it, all they're looking for you to do is sound like an irrational person, and you're giving a fake witness. Hence why the wisdom that I've discovered, praise God, that I'm doing it this way in episodes, putting it on a playlist. So any challenging, I send a link to the Queen, the playlist, anything like that, BBC playlist. I don't care. If you want to take me on, you ain't going to win. So I want to, I'll stand. So you'll have to kill me, try and discredit me other way. You can kill my father, good, but that ain't going to change nothing. That's going to hurt me. But I'll be damned if I let you get the better, that aggravate me, dig the knife in, because I trust the Lord. My mum was in the middle of that, and I saw the love of Christ in her, and the courage she had to face what she knew was going on, and what I knew. We were the only two that knew. Trouble is, she was deemed unlawful and no good witness, and so was I. And they do that on purpose so they can practice this on your family. This is the whole crime, you see, and I'm a victim of it, and they keep you in isolation to torture you, handle you through the apparatus, but nobody gives a damn. So if I'm delusional, why have I suffered all this? I've not looked for it, and I've not had it everywhere else, so why is it continuing? So I'm not going to ram it down people's throats, but I'm not swallowing the sword. I'm going to hold the sword up, and you can slay yourselves on it. So in the two-edged sword, with the word, with the truth, with the light, with the understanding, and with the skin and blood, with the experience, am I not qualified then, or am I an idiot? Am I not a capable human being? So why am I deemed in the background as an unfit adult, or and people don't even question it. They just they do what they're told because they've been raised like that in the education system. They're powerless. You know, a policeman can go and correct all the criminals in the police force before he goes and acts on the street. Even though he comes up against it, he's still got the means to, you know, do something and get the public support. But people are like stuck in the headlights. You're going to get hit by the traffic and the car coming, and what's coming is not a car, it's a flaming beast who's angry, and God's going to let him out of the bag. His name's Satan, and he's a destroyer. He's just going to tear up everything. But first he's going to deceive the world to get into the seats. You see, that's what his work is, and that's what he's doing. And Christ is a remedy to escape that. Christ is the remedy for a religion to escape that. It's ongoing breathing out and calling to the cross to be redeemed, and the calling out the conviction if you're guilty of sin, and the drawing back of the Lord's heart who died to save you. He's a holy light and beacon, and that beacon can be received. He's a lighthouse. He's a resurrection and life. He's a life giver and a life taker away. He's a breath of life. He's the Lord and God and Saviour, and he knows best, and that's the invitation to repent and believe. And I'm going to close in the precious name of Jesus Christ. Amen.